Hello, everybody. Fucking finally. Fucking looks like I'm gonna have to start stream avatars at the start of today, huh? Welcome on in, everybody. I hope you're all doing well. Hello, Kiwi. Hello, Hawalion. Hello, Flame. Hello, Pixels. Hello, Orwell. Hello, Swalla. Hope you're all doing well. Hello, Stripes. I'm just making sure I say hi to everyone before we get started. Well, welcome on in. Hope you're all doing well. That looks good. Just gotta get face tracking connected. Drama. My Twitch. What do you mean my Twitch token was taken? There you go. Alrighty. I hope everyone's having a lovely, jubbly day. I don't know what I want to start with today. I have like a bunch of art inspirations, but there's also work we have to do today. So maybe we just start with workies. And then as a work, we can do other stuff. Where is Pixels? There's Pixels. There's Pixels. We give him the grubby hat. He now has the grubby hat. But hello, everybody. I hope we're all having a lovely day. I'm gonna add Pixels to the list. There you go. There we go. It is like bright in my office today. I feel like I can't see my monitor. Burp. My liege good luck win streak ran out. Going on a lot. Oh shit. Oh shit, I give you my luck. I send you my luck. Hopefully you can get that big dub. I have a few things I have to do today. I have to do things and stuff. Why is BLT? Why am I? I think they go back. No, it didn't. Do you have a checklist or something? I do. I just have to grab it in a second. Give me 2 seconds. Is this correct? I don't know if this is correct. I think it's fine. No, I think my models are correct. I can't tell. Alright. I do. Let me write down a checklist really quick. Because I like writing stuff down. It's nice. And it's like a physical fight window. I hate ripping the pages off of this. It's such a pretty little notepad that my family member got for me. Let's see. Let's do enshrine stuff. Let's do. Let me look at the. Try book open and that would be on the other computer though. In a week and then devlog is fine, and then I have to create a Google form. And then Certified Goodbye songs. Thank you. These are my like songs. These are songs that I like to listen to. Or that I tend to listen to on repeat. Button up my cardigan. I forgot to finish buttoning up my cardigan. I didn't think of my maid. And then, what else? Okay, so we have Enshrined, and then we're gonna say, like, VTuber, I guess? VTuber stuff, which has to be scripting. And then I'm gonna try a new way of recording my videos to see if that, like, makes my PC happier. And then I'd like to make punch cards, resolution punch cards. So it's never too late in the year to make resolutions. Also, because my therapist said it could be fun for me, so I said I'd do it. Hello, Shippy, welcome on, and thank you for the check-in, and thank you for the bonk. How you doing? Scripting, recording, resolution punch cards. I want to try Twitch panel widgets. And then, oh my god, that lit. Oh my god, that Shippy. And then I want to do some 3D modeling, I think. Or at least going into Unreal Engine. I'm checking stuff. And thumbnail revision, because I want to try a new way of doing thumbnails that are maybe more SEO nice, I guess. I think it's called search engine optimized. Thank you for the boop. Oh, there's another boop up there. Oh, how do I fix that? I want to fix that. Yo, hello, Flame. How are you? I hope you're having a good day. Attached to scalp. Glasses frame R. Okay, that is probably this one. Let me try it. No. I'm doing alright. Got off work early. Oops, hold on. And having pho. Having some pho with boba milk. Yum, yum, yum. I hope that's delish. Cancel. Can I hold this? Okay, that's fine. I'll just redo it, I think. That's 23. Okay. Thank you for the song request. Pho and boba milk tea sounds peak. It does, doesn't it? Sorry for the vibe shit. That's gotta happen. That's okay. We're if we're in the milk club, you gotta accept all kinds of music, you know? Why is it not pinning? It's not pinning. It's only pin to layers below. It feels peak. Anyone familiar with the song? I feel like I know Tom Waits, but I know if you place the hand just right, you can pick your nose. Fuck off. No, don't pick my nose. I think I might rotate it a bit. Should I have it poke my cheek instead? No, it's a boop. I boop my nose. Boop. Focal stem, you got it. You bitch, you boop me when I'm trying to fix the boop. think that's good. And then let me get the vocal stem. You know me, I love my stemmies.
I'm the trash man.
I'm a trash man.
We could rule them like gods.
Like gods. Angry gods. I fucking love that line. We could rule them like gods. Angry gods. This is the glasses one? Yep. I'm the trash man. Alright, let's see how that works. That might be better. These are the best lines in the show. That's what I'm saying. What's up, Rusty? Welcome on in. Okay, that's better. Dash banner, welcome on in. Thank you for the check-in. I'm a trash man. Haven't watched Adventure Time? I need to watch more. I've always... that's fair. That's fair. I have never finished Always Sunny, but I haven't finished Adventure Time either. I just don't want it to end, so I never finished it. Got sent home today from work, looking like Rudolph with my red nose. Oh no, you're sick. I'm so sorry. But there's always so much Sunny to watch. That's fair. That's fair. And I feel like, you know, Adventure Time is something you can kind of put on in the background, to be honest. Okay, so create a Google form. And then re-edit that. And then thumbnail revisions. Elaine doesn't know. Elaine does not know whether... I think it's still going. Is it really? There's no way. Always sunny. It's always sunny in Philadelphia. Is it still going? What the fuck? 17. Is there going to be a season 17? Oh my god, yeah, season 17 came out last year. Will there be a season 18? Huh. My god. I don't know if I could watch that much. Hey, I know the song. Oh, this is the song from the Robots movie! I like this song. What's the one I plan my to do? I should put it in my planner. I have to reorganize my desk a little bit. Give me a second. Okay. I have my planner. Yeah, the Robots movie. It's a good movie. It's got Robin Williams in it. Which I did not realize until I watched it like last year with chat. Alright. This is what is today, January 12th. And the more I rewrite stuff, the more I get to use my pencil, and it makes me feel nice. Okay. Here are the song requests. I can't remember the last time I watched it, but it's so good! It's such a good movie, though. And then we're gonna do Enshrined. And then we'll put a lot there. I don't like super straight handwriting. Okay, so try book anime. And the next one is create a Google form. Google form. I actually also need to write the next set of scripts. Did we get everyone's songs? Okay, it looks like it did. Poor Man's Poison is great. Feed the machine. Okay, script writing, and then for content write scripts, and then I got to record, and then art, milk club update, And then I want to try the Twitch panel widgets. Panel widgets. And then a thumbnail revision. Which I might do that one first. Just because I kind of wanna. Hell's Coming and Anything in Providence are my favorites. Hell's Coming with Me is probably my favorite. Actually, I feel like that's wrong. Hold on. Let me look up their songs. So I feel like I'm wrong. I feel like I'm wrong in that fact. Keep all my memos together. Is that another memo? It is. I've already used 3 pages. I feel bad. I've used 3 pages of my pretty notepad. I gotta talk to my therapist about that. Okay. Songs. Bro, I gotta stop running the cookies in the kingdom. Why? What? Feed the machine. What? Oh, Calm did a cover. Am I thinking of the wrong thing? Hold on. Poison. I want a genre. Oh, it's by Poor Man's Poison. Then what am I thinking about? I think I'm thinking about Feed the Pigs. That's a story. I don't know. Wait, you did what to me? What? I didn't do anything. What? Huh? Using it means you're getting use out of it. That's true. It's so pretty. Like, hold on. I wonder if I could look it up. Farmer's Market notepad. It's so cute. I could take a picture of it. It's this one. Oh my god. 5 pockets. Oh! Those are, so you see the little beans on the screen? These guys? You get little money and I put it in your pocket. Oh wait, I should change what that says. Hold on, let me disconnect it really quick. I should make it say that I put 5 bean bucks in your pocket. Cause that's what it's supposed to say. Bonfire work scale avatar. Can I look it up? I forgot what it is or where I put that. Here it is. It's the jump catch star. You just put into bean bucks. I almost wrote bean cucks. Very good, Elaine. It's not capitalized, is it? Oh wait, it should work now. Cause it's on now. Yeah, there you go. It'll work now. But it's like this. It's this, but it's like longer. It's this one. It's this. And it's so cute. And I love it so much. And I don't want it to disappear ever. I think what I'm gonna do is I'll keep using it, but it's like, oh yeah, I have work to do. What kind of work? And I'm just gonna like not use the last page of it. Like the very last one, I'm gonna keep it. I'll put it somewhere special. Because it's so cute. I love it so much. And yes, low energy. We're definitely low energy in this house as of late. Yeah. I've been kind of low energy this past week, but I got so motivated. Like I was having my meeting this morning for Enshrined, and I was like scrolling, and oh my god. So I saw these. Look at these. They're like iPad widgets, but they're Twitch panels. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Those are so cute. So I want to try doing that because they're so cute. I think that I just like them a lot. And then what else? What else did I have? Oh, it is biting us in the butt. We have a mood. Yeah, no, on God. And then there was like these thumbnail optimizations that I wanted to try, and then what else? What else was there? Is it in my likes? They're gonna convince my roommate to help me make a scene for my debut. Fuck yeah. I kept seeing a bunch of like art stuff and Minecraft stuff, and I was like, bro, there's so many things that I want to do now. And I cry because I can't do them all at once. But I'm gonna start with the thumbnail stuff, I think. Okay, so let's go to actually, let's go VOD upload, because I do have to upload a VOD today. Blocks copyright. What? Where? Oh, are these kept? See details. Two artists, what have maybe you can play a piece for once. Hey, don't knock yourself. I'm sure you can. Bruh. When did the copyright strike stuff? I'm gonna say you feel the machine. 688. And then this one is at 546. 546. I think actually it's fine. I'm just gonna make it a private video and then I just save it. That's fine. Hey, you feeling bad? I'm trying. There's a song in my head that the word machine is reminding me of. And it's like the word machine and the word pig. And it's in my brain and I don't remember what. Is it this one? Yes, it is. It's War Pigs. The Q. Is this a Q song or is this just a normal song? I think this is just a normal song. There we go. Irene is happy now. Song reminds me of the style of squirrel nut zippers. Excuse me? What does that mean? What? Close group. This one. Oh, that was the 5th? This is the wrong one. Yeah, it's this. This is the one I want. Boop. Squirrel Nut Zippers is a sort of New Orleans jazz with Dark Side of the sort of sound band. Ah, like swamp rock? Or I guess like swamp blues, I guess. Or this is the 5th. Feels like factures at black masses. I gotta turn this up. Diction. The world machine keeps turning. Functioning their brainwashed minds. Oh Lord, now. 2025 thumbnails. It's a little bit loud. A little bit. Oh, my blanket's falling off my lap. Okay, I need to take my meds really quick. Today is Monday. God dang it. I forgot to refill my pill bottle. Or my pill case. That one was empty. Pog. This one is not empty. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Which one are these two? Oh fuck. I have to read them. Not this one, this one. You ever forget if you took your meds or not, so you have to count how many doses you have left? No, I just say, yep, I guess I took it. That's me. I just like, well, because I'm too afraid of double dosing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, because I think I forgot to take this weekend. Because, like, I take, essentially, what am I on? 450, 60 milligrams of, like, Prozac, essentially, a generic Prozac, which is anxiety medication. And, if I accidentally do 120, I'm fucked. What if I miss a day or two? It's not the worst. I just am a little bit more. Look up Hell by Squirrel Nut Zippers. Okay, hold on. Hold on. I gotta refill my pills. Elaine's gotta take her pills. Because I'm a medicated little bean. I can't forget. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Okay, and then I need my vitamin D pills because there ain't enough sun. And I came from a quite sunny area, so. I love Jack Black's cover of this hikey. Boop. Alright. Pop the pillies. Sorry, that was a weird noise. Okay. How long is this song? This is a fucking 7-minute song. Jesus Christ. Hell. Nope. Squirrel Nut Zipper. Add to queue. Added it next. And then after that, a good one to go is Suits Are Picking Up the Bill if you want less darkly tones. I give no shits. But if you would like, you got the points, I'm sure. You could also recommend songs. Alright, I gotta do some reading really quick because I want to do the thumbnail thing first. Title head. This is very straightforward conversation with the face on one side and simple text on it. Goals to establish a familiar face or authority figure while adding context through text. The text usually complements the style or just title to larger target specific viewer behavior. This composition is often used for content aimed at a search audience. Yes, this is a long song. Yeah, start with hell. Aye, Captain. Hi, Fruitbat! Welcome on in. Dramatic face. Mid progression. I kind of like mid progression, maybe. The composition shows that the story is already happening. The viewer gets a snapshot of the later stage with a clear progress already made, an indication of. Okay, well, let's do. I was looking at these and I like the problem state one. Oh shit, you guys can't see my mouse. The problem state one is this guy. The fire. Oh man, that's funny. I like that. Okay. Oh, Curry, I already added that one. You goob. Let me refund you. You goob. But you did it. You did it. Before Yeah, I do one for free. Reject. Play all. Problem state would be pretty funny with you. It would be, actually. That wouldn't be too bad. I kind of have an idea for that. Hi, Taylor. Welcome on in. Happy Monday. Okay, so that means I take these guys. Change that to got my own thing now. Okay. My own thing now. Alright, I got that. I got it. It's in the list. Alright. So if we did like problem state. Oh my god. Okay. Kind of want to make myself a bit bigger, I think. I love the occasional super clickbait thumbnail with that dumb expression that like eyes and mouth wide open. Yeah, I think it would be funny if like we did like somewhat normal thumbnails and every now and again it's just like where is it? I have it in here. I took like a bunch of pictures one day and I've been using them for thumbnails. Here, this one. Yeah, that'd be pretty good. Yeah. But yeah, I have that toggle. It happens when I get bonked too. Yeah, I think that still works fine. Cause I kind of like it being framed for that, and then we can take it off. How do other VTubers do like VOD stuff? VOD channels. Okay, this is not helpful. I'm just gonna go look at how Haxer Nova does it. Nova. Quarantine Zone released today. Oh, is that the game where you have to it's like Papers, Please, but with like people who are infected and they're zombies? Yeah, because it's cool. It's cool. I like how Nova does it because it's kind of like it's cool because oh, he like does one image that kind of gets like color dependent. Are you winning a little bit? This is one of their most popular songs from their first album, Hot. That makes sense. I like the vibe of it. I think. What is that? What is the song? What is the song? Column does it really well, actually. And Hell'll Be Good Company? No, not that one. Hold on. I gotta scroll through all his Warhammer madness. It's different, but it's Swamp Rock. Yeah, you have to make sure they're not infected. Are you playing it? I kind of want to try it, but at the same time, I feel like I like playing those games for like a day, and then I go, meh. Me. Raglan Road. Ooh, I might want to listen to some Column today. Oh, man. And Hell would be good. Yeah, maybe it is a song, actually. There's a cover of it, though. I'm downloading it. You have to let me know if you like it or not. Okay, so... Actually, I wouldn't mind doing it like that, then, actually. If the thumbnails and the... If these had same. It's kind of, like, similar, I think. It'd be kind of cool. I might. Elaine just doesn't know if she wants to keep doing that or not. And by that, I mean, I don't know if I want to keep posting images on... Because, like, Blue Sky gets the image with the thumbnail when I go live, but Twitter doesn't anymore because fuck Twitter. But I don't know. I don't know what you want to call the kind of New Orleans jazz style, but I know that there's a better classification that they went by when they came out. Oh, yeah, no, I'm sure. It reminds me, and I hope this doesn't sound bad, but it reminds me of swinging music. Like, kind of that, like the girls with the tassel dresses and stuff. That's what it reminds me of. Jazz swing, yeah, there you go. Thank you. This is the kind of music I was thinking of. Anything else on Spotify? Oh, sounds good to me. I wanted an outer shadow. Go no further. I've been disgusted by her. Bruised and battered. But I ain't coming home with you. Her life's been a bit more colder. Love is what I told her. To my shoulder. Babe, know what I'm gonna do. I've used the redeem. I am sure it has a timeout anyway. I actually don't know if it does. I think the thing is like in it of itself, it kind of has a timeout because we have to get to the song, so you have to be patient anyway. But I actually don't know if there is. There is a cooldown for it. No, there isn't. There is a limit though. There's like a max amount you can do from the song request API though. And the sun is in my way. The sun. God damn it. There you go. Company. Go no further. I've been disgusted by her. Battered. Oh, Lord, ain't coming home with you. It's a bit more colder. Life is what I told her. What I wanna do. I wonder how do VTubers have VOD channels? Here said creepy mysteries. Monkey gamble? Money. Oh, her fire blood squirts, now sure the neon on trees. A countdown, big round to hell, I'll be in good company. Interesting. Okay. Let me put the word VOD bigger. So if I bring this forward, okay, there you go. dun 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 dun. On the trees. And can't think of good company. If I want to change the font of this or not. I think I like it the way it is. Actually, I would like it if it was a little bit thicker, actually. And lots of in this place. I just like a star. Sounds like that maybe you remember you're American. Mm-hmm. Who you are. I grew up with a lot of Neo because I liked Neo as a kid because it was on my iPod. My old iPod. Oh my god, the face tracking is like just barely in the sun and then it stops tracking and it pisses me off. Come closer. iPod's gross. Listen, it was the first music. Oh no, I had an MP3. But hello, Canadian. How have you been? We've missed you. I just can't stop. I just can't stop. Oh, I just realized we have Christmas. Why do we have Christmas? Studio mode, screen. Boop. There you go. I just can't stop. I just can't stop. I just can't stop. I can feel her on my skin. And taste her on my tongue. I just remember my mom had an iPod Nano. I think I had an iPod Touch. The war I won. That's fair. How did that go? No, I had the iPod Classic. Yeah, I had an iPod Classic. I had one of these. Specifically the darker colored one. I actually have it. It's right here in my desk drawers. When my rods spill, I can't think. Just can't stop. I just can't stop. Stop. I just can't stop. Just can't pull myself away. Yeah, the original iPod that was almost 2-inch thick from 2000s. That's fair. I miss when hardware felt as good as it did back then. 2001. You got me beat. I did not. I don't remember. Now it looks similar to the classic, so it might be the Nano. Because the Nano was also much faster than the iPod. iPod Nano was like the small one, wasn't it? This one. It's this one. It was slimmer. iPod Nano was slimmer. Unless it was the 3rd gen. And it was just a stumpier version of the classic one. I just can't pull myself away. iPod 2001. Ah, I remember this one. Yeah, I had the generation that came out after this one. Just can't bring myself away. I just can't stop. Can't stop. I just can't stop. iPod Micro. iPod Micro. Oh yeah, the one that had the little clip. I thought that was pretty nice. Actually interesting and sleek. Yeah, I thought these were cool because you could just like clip them onto things. It was pretty nice. Emotion for me. Monday work blues. Indeed, and we had me by my feet. Hurry up and watch me to the beat. Nothing but a shadow, it seems. I'm in a dream. I'm in a person. The days go by so uniformly. The are meant for me. Okay, and then this can go here. Go here. Actually, I think I kind of want to keep the thumbnail title. I have the burps. Afternoon is malicious. I think I kind of want to keep this part, like the stream title. Me, darling, it seems anything higher in ambition at me. Days go by so slowly. And then I'll do affinity. I might make these bigger. A little stuff in OBS. Slap that bad boy in here. It could be a friend or I could be a foe. You could be a decision and that's all I know. Could be a sinner, I could be a saint. Be the void of everything I hate. Be a martyr, I could be a god. Ever anybody wants. I could be a doll. Yeah, okay. Okie dokie. So I have the new thumbnails done. My brain. Just looking for my multicolored pen so I can check stuff off. Thumbnail revision. Oh, that's not that color. I wanted it to be green. Okay, well. Okay. Now we can get into script writing, which means I gotta turn this guy on. I'm not gonna wait. I can turn the other stuff to the other side, I think. This reminds me of Betty Boop. What do you mean? What do you mean, OBS? Desktopy. Rude. Okay. So let's do it this way. Then I'll knock my face tracking off. Okie dokie. There we go. There you go. Okie dokie. So. I think I have a better idea. This is classic big band. Whenever I think of big band, I think of big band from Skullgirls. He also's got that vibe though. He's a saxophone. Let's go enshrined. I'm gonna rename this as 2. Okie dokie. Can we do? Oh, is voice meter not on? Why can't I hear anything? I think let me have to go back. The whole Glenn Miller, Benny Goodman era is what people classify as big band music for generation, and swing was right beside it with a little bit different. It makes sense. Even the slightest difference can make a big difference in the overall mood of a song. Also, hello, Mew! Welcome, welcome, welcome. My mouse is being funny. Okay. Why are you being funny, computer? There we go. Seems okay. Hi. Are you taking a break from streaming? You taking a break from streaming? I just did a short one today. Well, welcome on in. I do my dishes and stuff. Understandable. Why can't I hear stuff again? I literally just fixed this the other day. What the fuck do you mean? Okay. No, let's just do this one. Would have been cute. Let me go back to this PC and see why. See why it's upsetty. Look just like you. Think is that why? You die. Close. Oh, it seems to have fixed it. Save settings. Yep. Okay. Cool. I fixed it. Okay. Oh. The temper like you. Yeah, did. I think it's in the playtest material. Speed paints resources playtest. Oh no, it would be in merchandise, isn't it? Regular So it's not what I was hoping for. Grumpy face. So I think I have it on this computer. Playtest resources. Where is that cover? Okay, I guess I'll just export it. Oh, baby. Wait, no, this is... cover. This one? Or the energy, so I lurk. Have a good lurk. Run to her, Swallow. Let her know the truth. Also, I have to use the restroom really quick. So I'm going to use the restroom really quick before we get into doing scripting and stuff. So I will be right back. Enjoy, Ray. I am on the wrong computer. Boop. There we go. And I'm going to change the playlist. Let me change the playlist. What do I want to listen to? 2020s, 2010s. Hip hop, chill mix. Mindless Elf in Dungeons. Ooh. It's a wise man. Couldn't cut as a poor man stealing. Yes. I'll accept this wholeheartedly. And this is how you remind me. This is how you remind me of what I really am. Remind me of what I really am. Like you to say sorry. Was waiting on a different story. Last time I'm mistaken for having you a heart worth breaking. And I've been wrong, I've been down. Bottom of every bottle is 5 words in my hand. How we hurt for yeah, yeah, oh no. Love you and I swear I still do. I'm so mad. So damn near killed you, and this is how you remind me of. Huh? Why didn't it do the thing I wanted it to do? To say sorry, swing on a different story. Did I crop that? I think I cropped that a little bit wrong. So having you was breaking and I've been wrong. Actually, let's keep it like that. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh no. Book cover. And then add track. And then if we put that there, and then we take this and we put this here. And then we did effects and we did page flip. It's gonna look like ass, right? It as a wise man, couldn't gun it as a poor man stealing. How you remind me. What? This is how you remind me. More like you. Sorry, was waiting on a different story. This time I'm mistaken for having you a heart worth breaking. And I've been wrong, I've been down the bottom of every bottle. These 5 words in my head, and are we having fun yet? What the fuck? What the fuck? Where'd the transition go? Oh, it's in the beginning. Have fun yet? Okay, what if I want it at the end? Doesn't do anything when it's at the end, I think. Hmm. Fold? What about fold? No cache, timeout in full. Motion blur. Mm. Mm. Interesting. What about this one? I want it to be like fold, but I want it to be like fold, but on the edge. I mean, little fight out, make me cry. What does this look like? How is this one different? Girl with one eye, your little fingers out of my eye. Cool, but like, it's also doing that thing again that I don't really want. I'm curious about something. If I gave this the fold and then I moved it, interesting. So, huh. Like the trouble. I like my coffee black just like my face the bomb. I like the coffee black just like my metal, cause I can't wait. A minute, I can't wait for you to lock me up in a minute. Okay, wait, I have to go back to the other computer. Because my brain is thinking now. Wait for you to shut me up. When it shut me up. Hit like badass. You to shut me up. Shut it up. Ooh, na na na. Do I have that in that folder? The mic, the trouble. I like my coffee black, just like my face. Mic, the trouble. I like my coffee black, just like my metal, cause I can't wait for you to lock me up. In a fact, a minute, I can't wait. I mean, I have that in here, which is fine. Hit like badass. Shut me up. For you to shut me up. Make me. Let's do like. Let's do top. Ooh, this is not what I wanted. Ooh. I know about it right now. About it right now. About it right now. Oh, I can't. Okay, there you go. And then export selection, downloads, test. And then animate. Perspective. Okay. This is the wrong. Let's do an FBX. Give you all my love in the backseat. Callback faces. Callback faces. The backseat. Bubble pop. Electric. Backseat. Huh? Huh. Did I not export everything? Export. Yep. Huh? You got to my love in the backseat. Edit, delete by time, non-deformer history. This one needs to call my faces. That's not. You hold my love in the backseat. Export animation. This one. Export, yes. Okay, so this is going to be the book cover, which I'm just going to give it. This guy, this guy. Okay, I can fix that. It's not shitty. What as I should to be this pretentious thing. You and me, all I'm imagining. a dark lit place, on my place, but I'm not paralyzed, but since I was struck by you, I wanna make standing still and your body match. You can do me move right through. Let's move this. Let's rotate it a bit more. It has not been to stay home. Hopefully, it'll be cool with me. Okay, this one needs to be here. Realize my eyes seem to wish you. I wanna make you move. Still, if your body match, what you can do, you'll probably move right through. And then these two need to be like this. Well, I'm not paralyzed, but I seem to be. I wanna make you move, 'cause you're standing still. If your body matches what your eyes can do, move right through. Is this not the? I seem to be struck by you. It's not. Lovely, move right through. Do 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 do. Station C. So how does this look now? It's not enough. It's not enough. Okay. What? Hmm? Let's do. Elena's confused. Maybe it's because it needs to be straight like this. This part. Is it not enough? This is not enough. Okay, how's that? Better. Book. Save. Okay. All I see is a hive across my mind. Okay, now I just have to UV editor. Put this here. Enough. This is not enough. Shell. Oops. Wah. Right connection. This is also the wrong cover, I realized. She's no good with words that I'm worth. Romantical stuck to my tongue. Oh, my leg itches. There we go. This one. I'm two corners that are one sound. One of my poisons. Oh no, don't need me just to get by. Dance, dance, we're falling apart to have time. These are the lives we love to live. This is the way they love. This is the way. We go just before we found out. Last resort. Just to get by. You show me a little bit of time. Love. Dance, dance, I'm falling apart to have time. These are the lives we love to live. This is the way they love. Oh, this is the way. I think it's this one. Yes, it is. Oh, do you show me a little bit of talking to have us? And too bad with me. Oops, 3D book. Paper. Hold apart to have time. Dance, dance. These are the lives I love to give. This is the way they love. This is the way they love. Windows rendering, hypershade. 14 is paper. Number 13 is book. Dance, 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 dance. Edit, delete by type, non-informative history. And then Windows rendering hypershade. Assign. And then go here, go. Shrine 3D book. Night. Making my way over to my favorite place. My body moving, take the stress away. Can find nobody when you look away. Can't detain, yeah. UV. So don't forget about it. Edit, delete by type, not a format, my shelf increment, save, export selection to this one. Hit the head, does it touch me now? We're face to face. Wanna take you away to the music today, let it play. Delete the book cover. Book. Beta, roughness, Metallica, 0 pages. Roughness, metallic. Oh. I must redo it again, fuck. Oh. 10. No, it's started. The dance floor acting naughty. The music play. And does it touch me now? We're face to face. Okay, we're just gonna remove all these. Where is it? Oops. Okay. Okay. Go back faces. I think that's pretty good. There we go. I'm gonna key that. Take you away into the music and take that. Okay. Music. The music. I think this needs to actually go like that. Like that. So from the top. Let's do world space. Okay. Let me pause. Lighting. Let's do render. I use ray tracing. 1080, 1920. Camera 1 is orthographic. And we need save frame. And then I have to decide if I want to put wood on here or not, which I might. Hi, V. Welcome on in. How are you? Guys. How are you? Welcome in. Good job. And then this actually should be a little bit glossy. Ow, 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 ow. Rude. But how are you? I hope you're doing well. No, let's find them. Yeah, I think that's fine. I don't want to do another one here. Questioning life? How come? What's the matter? Why are you questioning life? Thank you for the lurk. I hope questioning life goes well. I want this one to be a bit of a warm light. Go, bitches always know. Go. I don't want this one to cast a light. Shoot the lights out. Hide when the sight out. Oh. Are you willing to sacrifice your life? Let's move this one like right here. I am present. Welcome on in, Devouring. How you doing? I'm trying to decide if I want to add a... I think it would be better if I did. Uh, okay, just a sneaking fit of my life. Oh, I hope you're okay. Actually, library. What do we got on this computer? What am I doing this one? I'm bringing up the brightness. And then... yeah, because we'll be zooming in as this happens. I might try it like this. I don't know if my computer's going to be able to handle this, but we're going to figure it out. Save. We're going to save this. Starting to look like I have two black eyes. Indicated was because of the pores where I've been sneezing. Oh, Pookie, be careful. I think I can do PNG. Compression quality. 1920. Oop. Oops. A new camera one. I have to remove these. Transparency, render video. Hi, Shadow. Welcome on in. The rookie. To pair with a fully decked out knight. Depends on the vibe of the night, in my opinion. How are you, Lynn? I'm doing alright. How are you? We're gonna add this to resources and train footage. That. Okay, now I gotta go to the other computer now. Okay. I'll call this test. Okie dokie. And now we're gonna go to resources. We're gonna go here and we're gonna go to Anna. We're gonna take the whole thing and we're gonna bring it in here. Just the line. Side. Show. Oh, where's that? Where's that book cover? Move. Gold, bronze, armor, shield, and a halberd with an emerald green cloak and sash. That still depends on the personality, I think. Cause like that gives me the vibe of how they look, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I can match a song to it, you know? If I had to pick one, it'd probably be there's a song that I'm thinking about, but I can't remember what it's called. I remember what era I listened to it, but that doesn't mean that's the era that it came out. Ooh. Beep. Oh, that's like completely different than what I was thinking. I don't know. It gives me Elden Ring vibes. So whatever Elden Ring edits probably use is probably what I would use. See us in the club and we rockin' real nice. Us in the club and we rockin' all night. Okay, so let's do change speed to 50. 75. And then I would take this guy. Let's see. Do not like me, no likey. You start it smaller. And then we can end at 1 maybe. Hi, go by Mr. Hi, Norman. Welcome in. How are you? Welcome, welcome. Hope you are doing wonderfully well. Let's do -8 then here. Nope, 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 nope. Okay. And then let me take that last frame. Oh no! Why are you Deb? Why are you Deb, my friend? Why are you Deb? Do not be Deb. Work? Aw, understandable. I'm sorry, Pookie. Oh, it's not too bad, though. It's gonna bug me. There's a little bit of like page seam like right here. I have to go back and fix it. It's fucking annoying. Fuck. Do it! Curb stomp him, Norman. Curb stomp him. Do it. In Minecraft. Of course, in Minecraft. Wait, why doesn't it have like a... I want it to like glow. Like that. Okay, how about that? Let me get the beginning of this as well. What if we started it here? Norman's co-workers for real, for real. We stomp each other's co-workers for real, for real. I'll turn this on. Okay, so track down, move track down, move track down. Okay. Too many things. Also ISIS all over my state and in my city, just harassing everyone that literally sit in the parking lots and just in ramps just waiting. I'm sorry, buddy. You'll understand what I meant when I say so. Life is quite that simple. Okay, so making me feel the night. Don't hear me say. Let it go. Let's do a paint on a balling. I'm doing to have commissions so many artists is crazy. That's just how it is though for a lot of people. Artists are a luxury, and to be able to afford their time and prices is a nice thing in life. Sorry, I'm like trying to get this to work. Maybe like a multiply layer. Where's the multiply layer? There it is. Ah! Fuck. Oh, fuck. Okay, so on some good news though, to fix my car, ended up just needing some more brake fluid. I thought it was gonna be my slave cylinder because my clutch pedal decided it didn't want to return back. Oh, I'm glad that it was not as expansive of a fix than you were expecting it to be, because that's fucking awesome. Oh, this is gonna drive me nuts. I might do a cross dissolve here instead. And then I might keep this one here. Oh, wait. That's a fun fact for the day. Most manual cars just use brake fluid for the release clutch. I did not know that. That is a fun fact. Thank you for sharing that with us. Shit. 25 seconds. Interesting. Hmm. Brain is thinking. Thinking's really hard. I just gotta find where she be leaking. It's a very, very slow leaking. Oh, I hope that like it's an easy fix. Like an easy find and an easy fix. Spelling. It's okay, spelling's hard. Camera shake split tone vignette. What if I vignette this? No. Ooh, you know what? I got this. Softness. Then crop right. it down a bit and then crop the top a bit more. Doesn't have to crop so much. I think that looks pretty cool. We're just throwing the whole bakery in chat. A cheesecake. Cheesecake. Okay, wait. How did I feel about that? Okay. Did you see the new Fire Force season started? Did it really? Yippee! Awesome. I did not know that. I've been too busy watching One Piece. Could be as cool as you. There you go. Buster has this thing where they just kind of adopt people sometimes. You'll get used to it eventually. And let's do... It's not bakery ass, it's cake. Jared Leto song. It is, but it's a good song, okay? Come break me down. Okay, wait, what if these weren't on multiply anymore? This is normal. What? Oh my god, thank you for the biddies with the big old booty. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Cake, thank you for the cake. You wanted more. What are you waiting for? I'm not running from you. She ain't got that cake, she got the whole bakery, damn. Oh, this is the one I wanted to do normal. Actually, I don't really like that. My eyes. Linear dodge. Luminosity. And I know now. Was that so wrong? No, we never said it was wrong. I like it. I like it because so. So let's fix this. This chat is woman lovers. This is true. But men deserve love too. We are respectful. We are not gooners. We are just respectful lovers. Putting that in chat because that is a big pet peeve for me. I fucking gotta reopen Marmoset. Take me down. This one. I need to re-render A frame. Is it A frame or is it multiple frames? wanted more. Looks like it's multiple frames, which is fine. I just gotta find the page. Oh, poop. What's happening here? Main camera? Let's make a new camera. Why can't I see anything with this camera? Listen, I'm a girl's girl. If you know, you know. That's fair. That's fair. I just want everyone to get love, you know? Not just men, not just women, everybody. You know Also, how are you doing, Vex? I hope you're ready or not. Run's been going well. It doesn't actually matter. Okay, render. Folder V2. Oh, thank you for the checking, guys. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm good. I figured out I can make my squad mates carry less lethal stuff, so it's much easier. That's fair. If you ever want a good video essay about Ready or Not, I highly suggest Wendigoon's video about Ready or Not. It kind of goes through each level. It's really nice. I would say, though, do it, like, after you're done with it, in case you don't want any, like, spoilers on how to do things, because, like, he does give recommendations on how to, like, 100% S rank, I think, each level. I think. I'm not 100% sure, but he does go through every level on S rank. Let you worry it. Just forget. When I'm done, let's go. I just rank all the non-DLC that I just love gas and bling the fuck blind out. That's fair. That's fair. I just really like the lore of that game. I've never played it, but I really like the lore of Ready or Not. Okay, don't speed. Can I give it like a little bit of motion blur? Motion blur. Maybe? Have a good shower, Norman. Motion range, better, medium. Medium motion large. Wait. Um, take this guy. Let's move over this way just a little bit. Alright, now how does that look? I think that's okay. Apply. Oop. Apply, except we don't take the beginning one. So that way the rest of this can stay in the video. Let's see. Boop, boop, boop. Let's do it like that. And then we're just gonna move these guys just a little bit. Link clips. This is annoying. Then this one, and then like this. Cool. And then, can I add a drop shadow to this? Oh, I can add a drop shadow to this. Oop. Did it be added to this guy? Effects, drop shadow. This is for this video. By the mouth. The only one for me. Oh, interesting. What is that from this? Oh, whatever makes you pay. Oh, weird. God, does it feel so good? Oh, that's so strange. Motivate. Let's do 0 then. Cause I'm doing just like me. Just want to get to help. This is what the page is supposed to turn. Yeah, that's good. Okay, that looks fine then. I'm just gonna go back here. Hmm. This feels so good. Oh, that makes it better. I think that gives it like a little bit more depth. Why is it not copying the effects? Color corrections. There you go. Yippee! Yippee! You're halfway there! Okay, so... Hmm. Okay. So... Yippee for Pengy! Yippee for Pengy! Okay, Elaine's brain is thinking, okay. Be here with me. You love me. You find me. File, save project as test. Want test 2. And then we're gonna go to the stake. Paste it twice, okay. What do me to me? You won't be here with me. You won't be. Ooh. Yeah, I guess. And add a track. And this goes. Actually, undo that. Okay, so this comes here. And this will go over a clip. Okay. I don't know. I think all of these need the same cropping and zoom. Zoom and then crop. You love me. Okay, and then crop right. This could take away bigger zoom. I forgot to click retain. That's why I'm dumb. That's why I'm dumb. Happiness enhance. Crop right 78. Crop right a little bit more. Not turning back. Position apply. 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 Way down the kitchens. Apply. Roses are coming. Apply. Apply. Routine. Apply. And then we'd zoom this guy in. And then I just gotta edit the cropping style of this because I don't like the borders. Okay, so come here. Yeah, I like that. But then let's crop the left in a little bit more. I think that's fine. But maybe crop top a little bit. And then crop bottom. Like that. Yeah. And then we'll give the crop to all of these. There we go. Why does it look different though? Oh. Ooh, I need this adjustment clip, that's why. Track down. Then this can come across here. Okay, now let's try that. And then I need a paint on to go here. Scoot it a little bit. Shading. We need none. Okay, cool. Okay, just gotta apply that to all these. This one needs to be scooted. And then shading. Right, so it's like... Oh, I guess that's just how it is. Okay, so this needs to zoom in a little bit. Track. Oh, there you go. But now the next question is where the fuck did the video go? Oh, let's move that. Then... Let's see. Which girl? Okay. Remove all this. Bring this in here. I'm just gonna remove this. Boop. 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 What the fuck did I not? Oh my god. Boop. Delete empty tracks. There we go. And then the steak. Okay, not bad. I can't affect this. Shading, shadow softness. So I super don't like that. Cool girls. Shadow 1-0. I think I like that more. I think Paytons would be better. Payton. Yep. Cool. And then let's add that one here. Huh? Oh, is that why? Okay. Okay, cool. I think that looks better. So let's hide this guy. And then clip operations replace selected link would be for enshrined. Oh, I'd have to change it. That's right. Okay. Video editing, enshrined. Let's see, we have, yeah. Yeah, and then and that, and then item, and then we take the background of this one, and that, and then we'll name this mistake. We do this, export PNG, export video editing. This will be 2 mistake 1. Oh, yes. And close now. Okie dokie. And then clip operations replace. And then we'd go to here. We'd go to enshrine. Did I not export it? Oh, yes. Actually. Some local clips, video editing. Boop. Select folder. Close. Cancel. Send the point. Versions. They go in here. Export. Export entity. I'll delete this one. Done. 2. This is actually going to be something else. EOTW underscore save. This one. Yep. Option only export. Is it the same? Yes, it is, because it needs one of these. I forgot. Delete this guy. Nope. That's this one. Yep. There we go. Clip off is replace. Maybe this one. And I would just probably take this and scoot it here. Maybe like that. And then we need video editing. We need audio of pages flipping. Book open. I'm gonna turn the music down. I cannot hear a damn thing. There you go. Wait. Flipping through. There's open book, I guess. That's also... Is this like quiet? What the fuck? Why are all these so quiet? I don't understand. No. Those are a bit of like rough. This one wasn't too bad. Boop boop. No, that's the wrong account. It's fine, it's fine. Doesn't really matter. Video editing, enshrined, save. Page turn. It's like hard to tell. Maybe this needs to be louder. And this needs to be louder for sure. It's like close, but not close enough. Close hard, drawers open, close, book drop, carpet, and flipping pages. Ooh, 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 ooh. This one. On this one. Give it, give it. Track mono. Mm. And then, do I have the pencil scratch one? It's like scribble or pencil scratch. I don't remember. Scribble. Pen scribbles. No, I want the longer one. A little softer. Yes, there we go. There we go. I'm cooking, Chad. I'm cooking. I'm cooking. These. Oh, I deleted the whoosh. No, not the whoosh. I need the whoosh again. I need the whoosh. Pump it louder, pump it louder, pump it louder, pump it louder. Okay. On the radio. Okay, I like that. Could this be louder? Like if this was in the beginning instead, and I might have to make this just a little bit quieter. And just fade that in a little more. That was good. That was good. That was good. Actually, that was really good. Can this be? That cannot be. Okay, then I think what would be best is if these guys scooted to the end here, and then this guy came to the beginning. And then these guys would have to scoot. These guys would have to scoot just a little bit. This guy comes back. This guy comes back here. This is actually across as all. I lied. I think this can get turned down a little bit. Then this one, make it a little bit smaller and scoot it over. And did I cut myself off? Yeah, I'll just, I guess I'll just record it, re-record it, I guess. Ew, also, what the fuck? Okay. Okay, no, I didn't cut myself off, actually, re-listening to that. Okie dokie, that actually looks really good. Okay, so... with that being... Hi, Asparagus! Well, come on in. How are you today? Okay, with that being said... Okay, I'm going to file... We're gonna remove... template 1. Entry of the week, template 1. And then we're going to close this. And then we're going to file save project as template. Overwrite. And then we are going to keep this, keep that. Turn that off for now. Then we're going to remove. I guess I should write down the cropping. Enshrined video tips. This is the cropping is going to be. Ooh, let's round these up. 338. 181. 293 and 234. 254 with a softness of -17. So let me do that. 8, 181, 293, 254, and then -17. Okie dokie. How many? 338, 181, 293. Okay. Okay, and then this will be the item. This cropping, and then empty tracks, add track. This is book open, close. Okay, this is book SFX. Oops. Place. Enshrined book SFX. Delete that one. Delete that one. Delete this one. I want to remove anything that isn't used. Full logo enshrined. Y'all just wanna be big rock stars and live it in. 15 cause resources, enshrined footage, and animation. Freeze frame. And then that's fine. But I do want to clip operations replace animation freeze frame. And then this one, this one, this one. This is the background. Change my name. And then illustrations replace. We're gonna place it with the cover just so that way I can remember that it's wrong. This guy is at 30, but let's make him 25. Red, and then we'll move this guy, and then we're gonna scoot everything so it's like over here. I just wanna be big rock stars and living in top 16 cars. Alright, we rename this as enshrined 2 underscore the stake. And then we go here. No, we go to the test one. Copy that. And then we go to I wanna be a rock star. This one, go to the, is it this one? It is not, it is this one. Okay. This will bring up, this will bring down. And then we're just gonna scoot all of this so it matches here. Bark. I think right here, right? This would be paint on LMNOP. Paint on. Oops. Tonight. Then I need to. Actually, I would like this to be here. So that's at. It's like a 12. Actually, all I wanna do is try. Alright, there we go. Okay, and now this guy can meet up over there at the end. And then we can extend this beginning of the clip to be here. And these, and then these guys need to scoot. Okay. And then we replace this link with I realize I made an oopsie, so we're gonna cancel. Interact and well. Okay. And then this one save. I'm gonna go back to the template. Delete track. Be told I miss you. Truth be told, I'm a lion. And then we're going to empty this track. Like this. Save. Okay, save. And then version 1. Boop. These two get put in there. And then Monday, like that thing in Garfield? Correct! But it also is in real life. But I don't hate Mondays because I gotta hang out with you guys on Mondays. Okay, save. So we uploaded the template. We need to write stuff down. What have we done so far so I can cross-reference what we've done today? I'm so smart. You are so smart, Bevan. Good job. Would you like a cookie? Would you like a cookie for your big brain? What kind of cookie? Do you have a favorite kind of cookie? What I did. Let's see. We did update thumbnails. White chocolate macadamia? Ah! You precious bean, you. I agree. I really... Oatmeal chocolate? I haven't done an oatmeal chocolate, but recently I did an peanut butter oatmeal raisin cookie. Ugh, to die for. It was really good. And then... I tried the book animation, so let me check that off the list. I didn't do script writing or any of that. So... Send V2 of entity of the week to boss. Okay. Okay, so we saved that, and now we're going to render out these two. What did this video look like? Do I like that? I think I want it to be different, so I don't know if I'd necessarily make it the same. Okay, that sounds bomb. It was really good. I cannot deny that I enjoyed this. Browse. This is gonna be 2. Wait the fuck out of the PB cookie. It was really good. I think it was like really nice as like a breakfast thing too, because it kind of felt like a more somewhat more fibrous like PB&J sandwich for breakfast. And so it was really good. I highly recommend if anybody wants a good cookie for breakfast that you can have, I highly recommend getting doing oatmeal raisin cookies. Version 2. Cancel? Which ones are offline? Is that the page flip one? Yes, it is. Replace. Book VFX. Okay. My phone won't make me leave no faster. And they're all cool. I feel like this is gonna look good, and I think I like it, but I will check it with my bosses. Marketing. 4D Pixels app, Muffin Dad. Here is the second variant with book animation in the beginning. You did! For entity of the week. Let me know if we should add this to the world. Attached. I don't think I made changes to this. I did my dishes and got food. I'm so proud of you. Good job, wife. What kind of food did you get? I forgot what else I was gonna ask, but that's fine. This one, version 2, and then world building, which is this one. Oh, if we still want to add call to the spicy sausage, hot dog, rice. Ooh, yum. Yum, 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 yum. Yum, yum, yum. That sounds really good. I hope it was as delicious as it sounds. Okay, try book animation. I will create the Google form, and then I will create the Google form and then do script writing. Hi, Buttercup! Because I think that would be a good segue from one to the other. Also, Mew, do we have a list for, do we know who wants to do Peak on Wednesday? Other than you, me, and Gabby? I just want to let Gabby know who would all be coming. I figure it's probably at least you and Indy, but I didn't know if anybody else wanted to come. I'll put this in the community feedback. New folder, Google Forms. New form. Untitled form. I forgot what form this is for. Fuck. Mention this to them, but you let me ask. Thank you. What was the form for? I forgot already. Oh no. Hopefully I wrote it down. Hold on. Public testing, time to do. I don't remember. Okay, enshrined form is your Discord name. Short answer. Required add. Participate in our playtest sessions. This is a yes, no, maybe. I'm just gonna do yes, no. Then if you answered yes to the last question, let us know what time works for you. And then click here to help schedule. I think I might space this out a little bit more. Yes. Cool. Thanks. Good. Where the fuck did the Google form need again? Other than Discord name and if they want to playtest with us? This is like super easy though. Like you just like do new and then you can change how you want them to answer. So I don't know if you already want to go through it.
Yeah, it might be.
Cause like I did these ones. I'll just make them like required.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's just like Discord name, info, and then if they're interested in playtesting stuff. Eventually, we'll need to like do like essentially like timesheet, like when's their availability, because we need to kind of figure out when they want to do it and have knowing when people have available time is cool. Helpful. I think those are the main things right now.
Okay, cause like the hard thing is like if you leave it so open, that it's kind of like
We
whenever
won't
they
have
want
any
to.
tonight, so we
Yeah.
should probably pick a few and then
Yeah, I think that might be like if you wanted to do like a Friday, be like Friday what time? Instead of like a anytime, anywhere kind of thing. I think it would be best to be like, if we were to do this, or I guess you could like what day works better and then what time works better. But then I think it's just better to pick a day that you guys like more than anything else.
that makes sense. And we could even like, if it's a problem, we can even like,
Yeah, I did it. I did it because I was playing Call of Duty and I kept almost flinging my mouse off and I got pissed off while I was high, so I just did the stickers myself. Thanks.
yeah, no, it makes sense. I ain't about that.
Okay, well, the form's just gonna be in community feedback Google
So we can
Forms.
just like edit that.
Yeah. What is it? What is this called? Playtest form for now?
We'll just call it like
Backer info form. Okay. Info form. Okay. Just don't click the publish button,
got it.
because it auto saves. So you just.
Only comment Andy had left the videos was if we could, in some of the imagery that comes on screen, especially for like the steak, if we could incorporate some of the stat block type stuff. So it's like, this is an item inside of the book. Do you remember what we were talking about?
Yeah, it's just, is that not implied by it being in a book?
I don't think so personally.
You don't? Okay.
I think the book thing helps a lot, but I think just like kind of quantifying it a bit more as like the item would help. Like, it doesn't need to be like the whole thing, but just like if it comes up for like one of the background pieces, that would be helpful. I'm not as.
It's just, it's a lot of words, and that can make it very busy. If that makes
Well, I
sense.
imagined it wouldn't be the whole stat block. It would be like zoomed in, but
Still be a lot of. Here, I can just show you a quick example if that's okay. Okay, so let's say. Let's say we're replacing clip 28. Replace with. I don't have a stat block sheet. I'm lazy. Don't want. Sure. Save.
yeah. So my thought was more like cropping in and scrolling past, but
Yeah, we could do that.
because I don't necessarily want it to just be like that. Because I agree with you. That's just a lot of background noise.
Okay. Elaine understands. Elaine's got to go back to it. Well, we're good. If it all looks good, I can work on other work stuff today. Okay. Thanks. I'm just gonna get the affinity, the thingy off of affinity, and then be like, hey, this is what it looks like. I need a when you work hard, make you sweat hard, make it mean bum bum. I actually don't know what they say there. What did they say there? Oh, make you buy cars, make you want all of her fall in love. Oh, fall. Okay, I always thought it said buffalo for some reason. Ever met it at all? Enshrined playtest. Oh, where is it? Appendix. Just once. Close. Have fun. Page. What page is it on? appendix. Is it this one? The steak. Ooh, super dumb. Edit on detransforms. The steak. I don't have a quick export in this, do I? Quick export selection only. Export. If I go to I need a Nope. Boop. Boop. Let's do enshrined the steak, and then we're gonna go to here. Video editing resources, enshrined footage. Ooh, where did I put it? Ooh, I forgot where I put it. Uh-oh. Oops. I thought I had it. My brain's dumb. There it is. Oop. No. No. Nope. Boop. This one here. All I wanted was you. Place with this one. Okay. Alright, can we do like a color burn or something? So I don't like the way it's colored right now. This one to here. Okay. Oops. Version 3. The render queue. I'm just gonna do that really quick. Ooh. Ooh. Seeing the creativeness of the Discord is very nice. Stat sheet 2 steak. Version 3. Boop. And then I think this one. And then move that away, move that away, move that away. This one, and then let me write myself a tiny list of all the videos I must write a thing for. Okay. Great, Google form is done. Script writing, so scripts. I have one for the world building. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. So I have to write 6. 1, 6. Okay. And then I can play art. I can play around with art. Okay. Actually, I wanted to repost a video today. Where is my goofy silly? A goofy silly one. This one. Can I repost this? I can't repost my own video. Damn it. I was hoping I could. That's okay. Oh, I've been forgetting to check these off. Change cover. This one. Save. Change cover. This one. Save. And then redo 54. Week of January 12th. This one, I did that wrong. Change cover. This one. Save. And then... Oh, these are all out of order, huh? There you go. This is going to be 68. Gemini. And then 33. 44. And then 62. Which this one will be lunars, I think. Who do I want to do? I'm doing Gemini for this video. And then content list. Juniper is an artist. So I need to get someone that's not an artist. Ooh, Omi's cool, but let's pick someone else. That's on Prime as an artist. Does Ambrosia have a lot of clips yet? I don't know how many clips Ambrosia has. Because I wouldn't mind doing them. Clips. Oh. Yeah, they have got plenty of variety. Let's do them. And it's another duo pair. I like duos. And then what did you know do I want to do for today? I need to add 5. Just do 100. Time again. What we got? I hear something. Okay. We say goodbye. That's on Prime. Oops. I guess we could do cleaning desk mats. I feel like clean your okay. Clean your desk mat. Think it's alright. This really isn't in the most optimal order, but that's okay. Okay. I think it's just something I'm gonna have to get used to, maybe. Heart's love has taken its toll on me. Goodbye. Too many times before. I want to check something on my phone. Boop, boop, boop. There you go. I had no choice. Don't say goodbye anymore. My brain is dying, chat. My brain. I have no more brain. Only goopy goop. Only goopy goop. Thank you for the head patch. Yeah, my brain. I'm just like I try to think on a linear path and then it dies, and I can't do anything about it. It's just gone. All right. Okay, so I already did that one. So we technically have two, and I gotta think of another world building one. Magic energy is intact by opening a dialogue with a god. This can be to entreat, bully, threaten, beg, convince the contracted deity to. Gods takes the form of symbols, rites, and chants. How is it different? Functionally, magic and enshrined and standard D&D is very similar, with the power to use it's being derived from god or gods. However, when the indirect and enshrined, only the gods can change. That means by which one requests those changes and categorized by indirect. Okay, that's a little too big brain for me right now. Inspirations, character traits, biome, runic corruption. I like this one. Parts of the world are shrouded against the minds of gods and affect concentrated magics, scarring the synaptic web of the world. I like this one. Parts of the world, within enshrined parts of the world are shrouded against the mind of the gods in effect. Wait, doing math. 6 seconds, 1 word, 25 seconds, how many numbers is that? 6 words for 1 6 times 25? Oops. 6 times 25 is 150 words. How many words is in this? I don't know how to do that. Count how many words are in cells in Google Sheets. Basic counting. B. This is B. Oh no, C. 8 to 11. C9. C10. What? Plus. That doesn't equal 1. You can try something like the following formula. If the above is try the following, the difference is the comma is replaced with a semicolon. Stupid. This is stupid. Because I don't want to think. I just wanted to do it. Number of characters. Number of characters. Counts. Count words. Boop. C8. C8 plus C9 plus C10 plus C11, and then do this. What if I made it commas? Oops. Oh, what if I did it? Oh, Elena's dumb. Oh, I see the error in the syntax for that. Huh? Why is it just one? Okay. Hi, Shy. How are you? Welcome in. Hi. Elaine is big confused. Elaine thought math, but it's not math. And why is it not math in chat? I hit with add. No! Oh, I'm sorry. Swap tab positions. I want to swap tab position. Put this guy here. And then can I put this in here? Add to... Lane is confused, but that's okay. Okay. Within... Oh, I'm trying to figure that out right. Count the numbers in multiple cells. I am free. Hello! I'm sorry that you were trapped in ad jail, but welcome in. I hope you're doing wonderfully well. Wonderfully well. How to count the words in Google. I want the math to math. I don't want to do the math. Some array. Can I just do this? How you doing, Shy? You having a good day? I hope you're having a great day. Let's do C8 to C11. 29. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. It's a little off. It's a little bit off. I'm so sleepy. Oh, understand why I'm also sleepy. This one. What? Substitute. Oh, could I just do... Wait, what? What? It looks like the phone is using one open pred though. Oops, what have I done? I did an oopsie. Been feeling sick lately. Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you've been feeling sick. That's mega poo balls. I get it though. I've been kind of feeling sick lately too, and I'm trying not to let it get to me because I think the best thing to do when you're sick is just accept that you're sick so that way you can take care of yourself, because if you don't accept that you're sick, you'll probably end up pushing yourself and making it worse. So like I'm trying to accept that I might be getting sick too, but at the same time I'm like I don't want to. Is it cause comma in parentheses space, comma in parentheses, comma in parentheses, comma, maybe there's a comma at the end. Not available. Comma space. And comma this one. To become a bed burrito. Well, I hope you are the comfiest bed burrito. I'm just gonna remove these. 26, 27, 28, 29. How did it go up? Actually, it didn't go up. It didn't go up at all. Is it because of the period? Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 20. It's 26. There's 26 words. Is it 25? What? Okay. So if I put, hold on. Wait. What? That doesn't make sense. Maybe I need to scoot the +1 over 1. +1. And then if it's not +1, it's 0. Huh? Hello, Fox. Welcome on in. Hello, everyone. No, I couldn't help but fall in love again. I wanna know. Fine. Fine. Do it the normal way. I don't. To the right. In case God doesn't show. See. What? What? Class just finished. How was class? Hope class was good. Elaine is getting her ass kicked because things don't make sense. Wait. It doesn't make sense either. It was good. I do have a small headache though. I'm sorry. Feel free to like lay down, get some rest, just chillax. Don't worry your bones about nothing. Beat. If I can don't. Okay. Always cloudy except Fuck! I lost the sentence that I had for this. Of enshrined. Enshrined, yeah, there we go. And then we do sum of D8 plus D9, no, C8 plus C9 plus C10, C11. Is there a comma then? Or is it? I'm stupid. And I'm also stupid and it's D. 26. Yee, just a lot of info all at once, and also was hella nervous since these classes ended up being online, not in person, as it's stated when I registered. What the fuck? What do you mean they're not in person? Do not tell me you had to pay for school supplies and shit. That's not even in person. That's fucked up. That's what I'm saying. Like, what the fuck? These guys somebody. Oh, energy accumulated by casters or others. Okay. Rising in the world in a multitude. By the way, I saw this Twitch channel and I know I want to make some today. I want to make some, and I want to make some like resolution punch cards today. That is my plan for when I'm done with working. Rising in the world in a multitude of situations. Runic corruption can often be found out the world. Specific events occurred. An overabundance of energy accumulated by casters. Runic conversion can also be found through the world where specific events occur. An overabundance of energy accumulated by casters, which causing pathways burn out and leak magic. causing the pathways to burn out and leak magic into the environment. Pathways of magic to leak the environment. Strong magical is located in the physical space drawing in. Magical magnet manifesting. Hi, Rainer! Welcome on in. Manifesting. Manifested in a physical space causing the web the inverse which is of these is the lack thereof, which is the lack thereof magic. Lack of magic. Severing it similar to a magic dead zone. From things formed here are incomplete, like a structure made out of clay. From its form, like a sculpture without enough clay. Oops, oops. Runic corruption, all parts of the shrine are affected. Parts of the shrine are shrouded against the mind of the gods, an effect of concentrated magic. An effect of concentrated magic scarring the magic web of the world, known as runic corruption. These drag paths can often be found throughout the world where specific events have occurred. Such events include an overabundance. How many words can we have? 150. Okay. Parts of the shrine are shrouded against the minds of the gods, and an effect of concentrated magic scarring the synaptic web of the world, known as runic corruption. These drag paths can often be found throughout the world where specific events have occurred. Such events include an overabundance of energy accumulated by casters, causing pathways of magic to leak into the environment. A magical magnet manifested in a physical space, causing a tear in the web, or the inverse of these, which is the lack of magic within an area, severing it from its complete form, like a sculpture without enough clay. I think that sounds pretty cool. Let's see, we could do part 1. Parts of enshrined are shrouded against the mind of gods, in effect. Maybe I could leave this in here. We know what are the effects. Creatures that stay within the area are altered over a period of... What does it affect anything that has a stronger idea or consciousness attached to it? Simpler and more concrete, the more ideas something is come to its effects. I like that. Scar tissue in the synaptic web cannot be repaired, but it can be patched. Mortal minds can be grafted onto the web to stabilize small sections of reality. It requires major reconstructing of their minds. What causes it? What are the effects? What does it affect? affecting anything and everything with a concrete idea. Hold on. Reality. Affecting anything and everything with a concrete idea or hold on reality. Runic is not a rare sight. I'll have to make sure that's true. Deeper one goes beneath the surface, the more abstract it becomes. Shape warping, swapping shapes, materials, and general details as long as it preserves the function. Affecting anything and everything with a concrete idea or hold on reality. It's not a rare sight. Deeper seems. I want to make it almost sensual, the sound of runic corruption, because I feel like it almost would be the way it creeps into the stuff. Affecting anything and everything with a concrete idea or hold on reality, runic corruption is not a rare sight. Any entity affected will be maintaining its original function be ripped from reality swapping shapes, materials in general. More attractive it becomes. Affecting anything and everything with a concrete idea or hold on reality, runic corruption is not a rare sight. Any entity affected will be swallowed, and while maintaining its original function, will be ripped from. Will become more abstracted. Swapping shapes, materials, and general details. Wow, this effect not be fully repaired. Can be, what was it called? Well, it cannot be patched. Can be patched. Learn more about it of enshrined. It can be patched. This type. World building. If anything. And then world building, we're gonna do runic magic weave, I think is gonna be the ones. And this is helpful, so I need to have it in here at all times. Well, what? C15, C14, okay. I'm gonna want this in here, and I want this one in my script archive as well, because it's very useful. Insert column to the right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Elena's a little confused. Boop. Boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop, boop. There you go. I just want this. Oops. Boop, boop, boop. You bolded. Okay, no, they're not bolded. Cool. D94 to D98. Do. There we go. Circle to the right. Oop. Boop. Oh. This is D93. Oh, 90. This is 100. Where is the scrolly? There you go. And then 95. There you go. Insert column to the right. And then I need this one, because this one is the same. Meet me halfway in the cold, and that's where I'm gonna stay for you. To the right to make it smaller. Want you so badly, I wish. Scroll up. Oh, we take this and break this one way down here. We paste it. There we go. Oh, that's my word count. Cool. This is lunars. And your Desmond and brochure bytes. Okay. And then I want to do a thumbnail. I'll do a thumbnail for this one. And then I will, after that, I'll be right back and go to the restroom. But we'll do this one first. Runic corruption, huh? What shrine imagery do we have that would exemplify that one? I'm gonna try Discord. Meet me halfway. Meet me halfway. We're at the corner, that's where I'm gonna stay. Let me see. Do want to so badly, it's only way. I feel like this could count copy image. Shrine, world building. This one. I like it like that. And then we can change the text of the topic to be runic corruption. And then this is world building. Export. World building. To runic. Export. Me now that I've done wrong. And I knew this all along. Building. New. Because I also don't have it on that one. Because I am a goober and I keep forgetting that Affinity doesn't like to take the borders of things unless you put them in the image. Unless you put them in a shape. Needs to know. I'll keep you my dirty little secret. There we go. There we go. Yep. And then insert image in cell. Boop. We live such awful lives. Runic corruption. Okay. Yep. All right. I'll be right back. I love you, chat. Beep, 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 doop, beep, doop. the transition, but you can hear me now, well, that's what matters. Alrighty. I think I got the enshrined stuff done. So let me check one of those off. Got my pen, gonna check it off in my book. Cool. And now it's time to talk about VTubers. Well, VTubers, actually, somewhat on the point, we're gonna be talking about Gemini Lunaris. Who their significant other, Fox Lunaris, was in here a second ago. Oh shit, I forgot. But they are on Blue Sky. But fuck. Next. Gemini. Oh, my wrist hurts. There are things on the screen that I can't show. Fuck, I forgot. Hold on 1 second. Ow, my wrist. Ah! Ah, my wrist is tweaking. Ow, 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 ow. Ooh. Woo. Woo, woo, woo. See that occasional gamer. Oh, ow, ow, ow. Why does my wrist hurt so much? I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. It's not even like my joint, it's just my wrist hurts. Ow. Along the way. Am I following you both? I am. What the hell? Oh. My wrist is being a bitch. Wait. Okay. 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 I think we're good now. I turn my light off. I gotta ask Sunny a question. But I gotta buy me. Meow. Give me SFW. Alright. Thumbnail. Okay. Alrighty. I just want to make sure that I got the right links for everything. Okay, cool. Okay, I'm not signed in. Okay. Let's do Twitch, VGen, and Blue Sky. Twitch, VGen, B-Sky. Okay. And then I have to wait for that. Unless I mean, I could just go stalker mode. Hold on, let me go stalk them. Oh, my wrist. Oh, now my other wrist hurts. What the fuck? Ah! Ow. I'm dying. This is it for me. Oh. Oh. Ew, it's not even like my wrist. It's like the fucking middle of my lower lower arm. It like is like tweaking, like the muscles are tweaking or something. What the fuck? This is it for me, guys. This is it. I just this is my this is my body telling me that this is it for me. No more Elaine. I just die. I need art. I need art. I need art. Going stalker mode. It's a little fetish. No, you're not allowed. Okay. I'll try my best. I don't know how well you guys can see the thing on my mini, so I'm just gonna close the mini too. Okay. Okay, they use this one on all their social media, so I will borrow this image. Video editing, highlight. Oh, I have to make a new one of these. 68 underscore Gemini Lunaris. I don't know. Lunarius. Okay, there you go. This one. Holy shit, that was weird. That was weird. It was like both of my arms were just like tweaking in like symmetrical spots on either arm, just one after the other. I don't know why that would happen. I don't want to make a did you know about it, because that might mean I have to find out something about my body that I don't want to. But you know, we'll be okay. We'll be okay. This might not fit in the way I want it to. It's a lot of booby. It's a lot of booby. Oh, actually, that one's perfect. Oh, this is perfect. Okay, this one's way better. Yoo-hoo. Okay, this is also gonna be a lot of booby, but I think we can like fit in a little bit more than just a booby. Maybe I should make it a little bit smaller. There we go. Oh yeah, because I kind of want their a little smaller. Yeah, there we go. Alright, can I show? I don't think we can show I don't know if we can show implication of nipple on Twitch. But I will show you guys what I'm doing in a second. And I mean, you're gonna see glimpses of it anyway, so I don't really care. I just in case. Highlight this one. Highlight 68. Save. And then I'm just gonna close this for now, but I'm not gonna close Affinity. Okie dokie. There we go. Okay. Insert image and cell. Browse. Gemini, this one. Okay. I also have to look up. They're a fox. Welcome, my good puppies. I'm Gemini, an artist, VTuber, writer, and occasional gamer. I'm known for lewd stories and art. Did they have any more about them, though? I want to know more. They, them pronouns. They, them. Love in our eyes. Wait, yeah, that works. Writer. Gemini, Gem, Vincent, they, them. They're a kitsune. Okay. Jump into your wildest dreams with our dazzling kitsune VTuber Gemini Lunaris. Jump into your wildest dreams with our dazzling Jump into your wildest dreams with our dazzling kitsune VTuber Kitsune Gemini Lunaris. Yeah, okay. I'll become her good puppies. Follow them on all their hydrated. Wink. Get it? Because thirsty, hydrated. I think that'd be good. Jump into your wildest dreams with our dazzling Kitsune VTuber, Kitsune Gemini Lunaris. Streaming with their they have a lot of clips of them drawing. Yeah, they have. I saw. I already see a bunch of clips of them drawing. I might borrow some of Fox's clips, even though it technically be on a different channel. Because Gem shows up in a lot of these. Fix my hair. Top 30 days. Let's see top. No. Wait, what about home? That one. Oh, and then that's the older model. Schwinky poopy noopies. Okay, then I'll grab. Okay. Clips. Oh, because how many are here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So even if I grabbed one of everything, I'd still need. Well, actually, no, it's 25. What's 25 divided by 3? 25 divided by 3 is 8. Okay, no, I'd have enough, technically. My hair is like a little bit knotted at the ends, and it's pissing me off because I haven't had long hair like this long in fucking 5 years, and it's pissing me off a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, wait, what's BZ doing? Hold on, sorry. The BZ is back. Oh my god. Oh my god, is that BZ? Jersey Devil and the whole world. Alright, I'm gonna pin this. Guys, go watch BZ if you haven't. She's a really good yapper. She's like one of the only other people other than like Mew that I can like sit and listen to like actively or like in the background. Like she's really good coworking. Like just I like listening to her yap. Jump into your wildest dreams with our dazzling Kitsune, Gemini Lunaris. Elaine's not good at sexual innuendos. Cause Gemini is an NSFW artist, so I want to be like, ooh, they're hi Bunby, with passion, not just for their lovely life partner Fox. Also for they're gushing with passions not just for their lovely life partner Fox, but also for also in case of creating gorgeous illustrations. Let me look at all the clips. My shoulder hurts. Oh, my shoulder hurts. What the fuck? Oh, sorry. I went to pop my neck and I just crashed into my microphone. They're gushing with passion, not just for their lovely, but also in the case of creating illustrations of anything that catches their eye. That catches their eye. Painting and giving attention to detail to the in their art. Painting and giving attention to the detail to the even to the smallest curves in their art help but be entranced the way they create. Especially if you're watching Gemini over on Twitch. Especially if you're watching Gemini over her beauty. Wait, which is art, painting and giving attention to even the smallest of curves in their art. You can't help but be entranced by the way they create. Especially if you're watching Gemini. If you're watching Gemini over on Twitch, you could lose yourself in not only her. Look at some of these clips. Okay, wait. Brain is correcting. Her beautiful model. Beautiful. If you're watching Gemini, you could lose yourself in not only her beautiful art process model, but even their voice. I like it up there. Their voice. I like that this clip is called "I Smell Like Beef." About if you're watching Gemini, you could lose yourself in not streaming. It strikes their fancy and catch them. No. I feel like insert innuendo here. Streaming, insert innuendo here. Able to cozy up and launch our lovely kitsune. Draw. On the occasion. Game as well. Streaming when I need an innuendo. Fuck. Fuck. Streaming when I think I might have to ask Miu. Miu, can you help me write? Innuendo. Yeah, I need innuendo. If anyone else wants to help me, please help me. Write an innuendo or something sensual. Go with this line. Streaming when she lets her something. But then I want the other half. We'll be able to cozy on. Because I can't, my brain can't think, and I don't know. Hot women make me confused! Kitsune. And handsome men just make me awkward. Kitsune, lewd. Real. Honestly. I will download all most of these clips though. I think clip. Open like a new tab. Open like a new tab. This one. This one. I really like how they do line art. It's cool. These ones. Video editing behind. I like Gemini's voice. I think that is a nice voice. I thought so. Download. Shit. The on the floor. Okay, cool. And now we'll do ambrosia bites, because I think we have everything for that now. I think so. Other than, like, fixing that innuendo part. Hold on, let me think about it for more than, like, 2 seconds. Let me chug some advancedgg, affiliated, by the way. If you want some, get some discounted in the link below. Jump into your wettest streams. Maybe jump into your wettest streams with our dazzling Kitsune Gemini Lunaris. They're gushing with passion, not just for their lovely life partner, Fox, but also in the case of creating gorgeous illustrations of anything that catches their eye. Painting and giving attention to detail to even the smallest of curves in their art, you can't help be entranced by the way they create. If you're watching Gemini over on Twitch, you could lose yourself in not only their beautiful art process model, but even their voice. Streaming art when... I don't know. The song, even Supermassive Black Hole, is even like a good, like, sexy-ish song, and I'm like, I don't know. Streaming when have you, if you could, you when you could, if you streaming when because I already use good puppies. I was thinking of, like, streaming when her good puppies deserve it. It's like, I feel like that is like kind of like on point, but I use good puppies literally in like the next sentence. So I don't. When Gemini, streaming when they. And I feel like saying Demas worthy maybe sounds a little narcissistic. So maybe I don't want to do that one. What's happening in Foam Swords? The API is not maintained. It could be broken. So when character says not part of the requesting to wait the. Oh. What? Hold on. I gotta try something with stream avatars. Wait, wrong computer. I gotta go to the. Ew! What the fuck? What the fuck is this? Okay, I don't know. Okay, I have to try something with stream avatars now. Close. Home swords. Download. Continue to download. Download. Save. Oh, it's on the other computer. Hold on. Import into activate bot commands, custom commands, create command, slide, computer. Is my edit. Test. What can say? Wait, what? If the block, if the object is a block, import it into as an activated from the document. Wait, did I do this wrong? Her scripts. Ah. Okay. Save and reload. Bot commands, customers, and place blocks with the scriptable type. Huh? Way to keep on living. Oh, my eye itches. Okay, block. Scriptable. How do I change it? You say my... Does Sim give me a readme thing? It says it could harm my computer. What? No, guys. Okay. Maybe save and reload. What command? Import into OSA activated from box command customers and place the blocks with a scriptable type. What? Wait. I am confused. Selections, actions, background selections, gear, random shop, battle royale, boss battle, roulette, slot machine, currency. Can you help me? I am confused. Ooh. See, but not. Sharing with leash in hand. Ooh, Mew made a good one. Hold on. I'm a bit flustered to read this, but it matches. If you're watching Gemini streaming with leash in hand, would they prefer she, her, or they, them? So they, them. Okay. Import into and activate it with ball command custom commands. Custom commands. Edit. Slime blocks. Edit. Run command. Create script. Open folder. On connect. I shall save that. I'm so confused. Hi, Rat. How are you? Slide PNG. What confused? What? I'm confused on what I'm supposed to do. I don't. Oh no! I don't know what I'm doing. Open folder. Doing slide settings. Oh. Create script. Open folder. advanced. Just edit, create, new, delete. I don't know how to import this, I guess. Because I made the custom command. Create script. Oh. Oh. Just once. There's an import There's an import tab? Fuck. Save and exit. Where's the import tab? Rad, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to Lord Josiah. We fucking love Lord Josiah. They are they're Ellie Cartoons' significant other, I believe. They're really cool. I like their design. It's very nice. Where's the import button? Where's the import? Import and exports. Select file to import. Oh. It's the test scripts. Oh, open zip. Oh, it's just a zip. Test success. Bot command. Oh, okay. Delete. Yes. Okay, so now I just put it in the thing. Okay, and bullet. Okay, so this is select block. Scriptable. Okay, here we go. And more than you bargained for yet. How do I change the block? Enter. You guys are all spawning on the roof and I can't change the block. How do you change what the block does? I feel like I'm missing something. I gotta move. I gotta move Discords around. God damn it. You go there. Okay. Oh my god. Oh! Wait. No, that makes sense. Okay. Then place blocks with the scriptable type. You did it? Wait, Oh! Oh, so like if move. Move to the left, please. Come on, star. Oh, fuck. Star, turn around. Okay, come on. I need one of the beans to come and test this. We're going down swinging. Does this mean I can make a slide now? I want to make a little slide. I might have to scoot the house and all, but now I look at it. Alright. Oh, is Miyu gonna test it? The brave soul is Miyu? Wee! Wee! Okay, so it goes in like an arc. Okay, wait. Okay. I just need to like draw the arc. No, it's a little slide, so once you stand right here, it'll slide you down automatically. So you go down this way. So I just need to fix that in the... Actually, I might just scoot it really quick in the... Thank you, Sim. Let me scoot it in the background selection. Just want to scoot this over like... Oh, no. Oh, fuck. Okay. Well, we can hope and pray that I put this in the right place. Okay. Mana. Okay. Yeah, I can make a little slide come out like that. Yeah, I think I'd be fine with that. Yeah, I think I'm actually okay with that. Now I just have to make sure that all the blocks line up. I think it does. I actually don't know if I moved it. Hold on, I'm just gonna make sure, save and reload. And then I'm gonna connect it really quick, and then I'm going to downloads. Oh, that's a lane. Oop. Oh, hype train. What the fuck? Oh. Sammy freaked out. Elaine slide. Okay, that freaked me the fuck out. Whee, okay. Yeah, I think we're looking good. And then I'm just gonna make sure that the blocks line up. Yeah, I think everything lines up good still. So now I just gotta make a slide. I wish could like a bunch of you like go up here real quick. I need like a bunch of you to go up here so I can just like take it. Oh! Oh my god, Sim! Thank you for subbing for 31 months with Prime Gaming! Taking the money from Bezos' pocket we love. I didn't take a screenshot. I think I get the idea though. I think. Oh, my wrist hurts. My body, it's dying. I think it's because I'm not that hydrated, I think. Okay, I think so that the arc, oops, arc is like this. Now I gotta see why the thing and the other thing is mad at me. Save. Save. Okay, why is Sammy giving me an upset? Why is he mad at me? Twitch connection, Twitch event sub. Okay, I don't think it broke anything. So hopefully it'll be fine. Okay. Close group. I'm gonna put this in my stream avatars folder. Lane slide, stream avatars. Sim, does this mean that like I couldn't have any other scripted blocks? Like it's only one script? Is that what that means? Like I could only have one type of block that is like that? Shrine 3D book. New folder, delete. I don't think that had anything in it. I need to delete this. This is gonna go into Bing Bong. Hi, Erdom! Welcome on in. Also, thank you guys for the level 1 hype train! I appreciate it. My PC vibrated. Okay. Art resources. I'm just gonna put that there. Because I have too many things here. Let's name that there. Naming stuff. Put that there. Book. This one. TikTok anim. Hiyo, hello. Hope you're doing well. Shut better. Okay. Skip. Okay. Make this public. Publish. You will always just be me. Okay, now we can go back to scripting stuff. Faster, faster. Saucer boys and Harlequin girls. Okay, so gotta go back to this. Only one kind of scriptable block is what it looks like, but it's probably possible to trick it into having more. Okay, well, no sweat. I don't think I'm that anal about it. The only other idea that I would have had is like hold on, I'd have to move. Hold on. I can't move right now. I'm on the other PC now, but essentially in that little house that you saw, there's a couch. But people can just do exclamation point and sit if they want to sit on the couch when it's in BRB screen, so it's not that big of a deal. He sees hearts beating faster, faster. Osterone boys and Harlequin girls who dance to the speed or hold the living cross. Osterone boys and Harlequin girls. My brain is pretending to be pudding right now. Mood. Dance to this beat. Dance to this beat. Streaming with leash in hand. They let their puppies watch if they're good. Their puppies cozy up and watch. Streaming with leash in hand. They let their puppies cozy up. Chat cozy up. With leash in hand, they let their chat cozy up and watch the lovely Kitsune draw. Right? Stories and on the occasion game as well. Thank you for the hype tweet. I appreciate it, especially on a Monday. Oh, boys and Harlequin girls. I forgot what the number was. Wait, what was the number that we could have? 150? I think that's fine. Jump into your water stream. So this just means I don't have to read it as fast, which is fine. Which is fine. Okay, V stars. That's the. Let's do this one. Let's do clips. All. What is this one? Oh. Are you fucking on my Cheerios right now? That's actually a really funny line. I'm hearing things? Oh, it's this again. I don't know what was said in this video. Wait. Actually, I like this one. Intro. The couch thing is probably doable. I can see if I can figure that trick. If you want, it's not a big thing because, like I said, people can just do exclamation point sit. Because it would be hard because, like, what if they, because I don't want it so that, like, every time someone encounters the couch, they sit on it, you know? Brosia bites. Because if they did that, then there'd be too many people on the couch, and the couch isn't that big. You know? Okay, now I can download all these other clips. This one. This one. This one. I said an interesting project. Okay. As long as you find it interesting. I don't know what this one is, but I kind of want to find out what it is. Say. I should have muted the thing, but I forgot to. This is also a Christmas one. Download. This is cool. I like this art. Okay, this is just them singing. There's no... Okay. Could do this one. This one. This one. I like that one. That one's cool. They're both Minecraft. Do this one. Oh, I popped my neck. I don't think I need that many though. Actually, I think I might have enough. I have 9. I kind of want this one because it's Minecraft. Wait, is the other one top? Oh, hold on. I'm curious if the other Minecraft one had them both moving because I realized that in the Minecraft one of them was just a PNG and the other one was a model, but it doesn't really matter. Nope, same. Okay. All right, let's do about Rose and Lily vampire VTuber twins bound by blood, the sisters for afterlife. Boop. Hello, lovelies. We're Lily and Rose Ambrosia. Vampire twin VTubers bound by blood, sisters for the afterlife. As undead creators, we explore voice acting, singing, ASMR, horror games, and more. I like it. I like this introduction a lot. It's quite nice. Except I'm fucking saving over my own stuff. Okay. Rose, Ambrosia, or Vampire. VTuber twins. Vampire twin VTubers? Twin VTubers? Bound by blood. Sisters for afterlife. I like that. William diving deep into the unknowns of voice acting, singing, ASMR, and so much more. Let's do this one. I want to do a thing with bites. Tempted by their adorable personalities. Tempted by their adorable personalities. Wait. Follow them on their socials to have been tempted by their adorable personalities. Follow them on their socials if you too have been tempted by their adorable personalities. Diving deep in the unknown, voice acting, so much more. Diving deep into the unknowns of voice acting, singing, ASMR, and so much more. Used to be some of the most creative undeads around. Being creative isn't their only goal. They aim to enchant, inspire, maybe even hello Moon, welcome on in. They aim to enchant, inspire, and maybe even lure you in with a delightfully sweet treat. Be careful. So be tempted to take a bite out of you. Lily and Rose Ambrosia are vampire twin VTubers, bound by blood, sisters for afterlife, diving deep into the unknowns of voice acting, singing, ASMR, and so much more. These two can't help but be some of the most creative undeads around. I have news tomorrow, so I'm waiting tomorrow for this news? Tomorrow news? Not today news? Tomorrow news? Lily and Ambrosia are vampire twins bound by blood, sisters for the afterlife, diving deep into the unknowns. It's my birthday! Happy early birthday! Happy early birthday! These two can't help but be some of the most creative. News about tomorrow. News about your birthday tomorrow? Tomorrow birthday? Diving into the unknowns of voice acting, singing, and ASMR, and so much more. Into the great unknowns. So much more. Diving into the great unknowns of voice acting, singing, so much more. It seems. I don't like that. Well, happy early birthday, Moon. Thank you for telling me. Taking a bite out of all. Speaking of birthday news, I guess. Not really related. Speaking of news, I guess. Your fish will be shipped out soon. I just need to buy the bubble mailers, and then I can ship out the fish. Taking a bite out of all. I think diving. No. Venturing the vast world of voice acting, singing, and ASMR. These two. Fish! I'm trying to think. Oh my god. The fucking don't go alone, take this. I'm trying to do a spin on them. Venturing into the vast work of voice acting, singing, and ASMR. These two. So will never venture alone. Oh, you'll never find them venturing alone. No. Only have each other, but chat as well as they dive, as they explore the worlds of voice acting, singing, and ASMR. That's better. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this exactly. An ASMR. Streaming on Twitch, they aim to enchant, inspire, and maybe even lure you with a delightfully sweet treat. Though be careful, they may also be tempted to take a bite out of you. To take a tiny bite out of you. Stream, they may enchant you. And even lure you in with. Nonetheless, with them, safe and entertaining. You two hang out after dark. I think I like that. Follow them on their socials. Follow them and their artists on their socials if you too have been tempted. Okay, streaming on Twitch, they aim to create. They have a time where they're gonna do the new model debut. Oh, this is this month. So if I have this video come out, if I have this video come out next Thursday, then it'll be a week ahead of time. Actually, that's really good. Streaming on Twitch, they aim to create and maybe even lure you in with a delightfully sweet treat. Though be careful, they may also be tempted to take a tiny bite out of you. Nonetheless, you're safe with them as they provide a safe and entertaining place for you to hang out after dark. Not enticing enough. Then enchant, inspire. These two lovely ladies will also be re-debuting? Ready to the minute for a special for VTuber debut. Be debuting special new pair of models. Next week, January 31st. So follow them Follow them on their socials. If you two have been, I feel like I use tempted too often. If you two want a taste of their adorable personalities. Oh. And then, do they have like a video or is it just this? I think it's just this. Yes. Ooh, they did a Santa baby cover? That's cute. And then I need their artist, which I think is... it's just Loro? It's just Paba? Oh, shit. And their artist. On their socials. Yagi Loro. What the fuck? Yagi Loro. And that's pretty good. Image and cell. Oh, I don't have a picture of them, though. Do they have art of them that I could borrow? Oh, they got funded for that? They know Pengy! They know Pengy! I didn't know they knew Pengy. What a small world we live in, chat. What a small world we live in. That makes me very excited and happy. It's a good... Yeah, there is! I made a little good night redeem because I often stream later than you guys... than some of you stay up. So I made a good night redeem so that way if you guys fall asleep or are about to go to bed while I'm streaming, I can be like, good night. Oh, they're artists too. Oh, shit. Wait, they know Gabby? Wait, did they do a cover with Gabby? Ooh, ooh, ooh. Damn. Everybody doing covers with everyone. It's so cool. I don't know what art I want to use. I liked this one a lot. I might use this one. Got a new stem redeem. That one is actually a redeem we had before. I just added a little more pizzazz to that one. Okay. I'm so pretty. Let me make this actually a little bit bigger. It's also with the new format of how we do TikToks, it's kind of more accessible for more people because like the problem with like us doing like a whole like 40-second video is that like I'd have to make sure people had a lot of clips, but not everybody is a clip person, you know? Some people don't really do clips or have that much clipped content. That was before, that was two, oh! Well, that was before 2.5 months ago then. Huh? Selection only. Export. Save. Okay. Let me change to edit labels. Music, subtitles, arrows. Howdy, people. Hello, Artisan. I haven't seen you in a little bit, I feel like. What's up? Welcome on in. What's the MD in there? It used to be called Gwimbly's Victory Dance. That's why it used to be called Gwimbly's Victory Dance. Welcome on in. Hello. How you doing? Hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you for the check-in. Edit labels, script, subtitles, music. Yeah, I could just grab the music now. That's okay. It was buried beneath a lot of them, so you're like, don't even sweat it. Don't even sweat it. Farewell, babe. Don't mind me. Saturday, Tuesday. I didn't do the thing. Edit dates, Friday, save. Kind of want to do the did you know one next. I want to check off stuff off of my little to-do list, though. I've been around too often because school been schooling my butt and my computer can't stream worth 2 grains of rice, but I digress. I'm sorry your computer's being butt, but hey, school isn't forever, you know? So, you know, even though you haven't been watching in a little while, I'm not going anywhere. School is not forever, but you know what is forever? Maincoow. Maincoow is forever. Okay, I have scripted 2 videos. I have 3 videos left. One of which is easy as fucking pie, but that's not the point. Lovely ladies bombed into my stream the other day, and I adore designs, and their debut is coming up. How could I not make a video? Does a bully read do something or just a way for you to know you were joking on Instagram? I'm scared to use it and find out. It bully me, I read it, and if I time it right, I vanish for a second. Vampire twins. Uncycle. Okie dokie. Alright, did you know? 33. How to clean a desk mat. DOS keyboard. I also been getting back into D&D campaign I started writing like 2 years ago. Am I wanting to figure out how to do the content creation for the replacement for no streams? That's I mean, you could just record them offline, you know? You don't have to like stream them. You could also make art. You could like do sketches of like, or like do an art piece for like per session. And that'd be pretty cool. I also have certain toys for getting dirty and stains, collecting dust and germs. Placing a hot cup or a cup of coffee or cold drink on a mouse pad will also discolor. You a nasty gamer. Dry clean only. Is that how it works? I actually don't know. So out of those two, I've been really working hard on. the D&D. No, that's fair. That's totally fair. Considering that I work for a company making a D&D module, I understand. Jokes? What do you mean? So do the drips conversation if you notice that your mouse is not tracking it. Huh. You a nasty gamer. And then it goes, did you know you can clean your desk mat? Lag isn't your problem. You goober, it's your desk mat. I think it seems like spot clean with dish soap and water. Harsher cleaners might mess up the print, so gentle soap or water. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. I need to clean my desk mat. I think I spilled something on it. I think I spilled like, I don't actually know. There's like a small stain. It might be juice or something. I don't know. I should probably clean my desk mat. I just had this idea the other day and I was like, meh. I do the artsy fartsy, and that's the plan for the content. That and possible animation. Yeah, I think those are the main ones that work really well. Is like animation or doing like sketches and stuff. Content copy. I'm being sent something. What's this? Garfield. What is Garfield? I hope Garfield star is like. But why is it Garfield? Cowgirl and Garfield, of course, for January sticker club. I like the art a lot though. But why is it Garfield? I really want this game to feel special for my players, so I've been aiming for about 10 acts with, which is a lot, but I've got the Dave. So I believe in you. My DM Pixels also has ADHD, so I get him. With high percentage isopropyl alcohol, that's fair. I do that when it comes to things that I know isopropyl alcohol won't degrade. So it dries fast, but it might make the ink run, so I don't use it on Desmat. That's fair. I don't know what my Desmat is made, like how it's printed. So lag isn't your problem, you goober. It's your Desmat. That's right. Starfield. Wait, no, that exists already. Starfield does exist already. That's right. If you lightly stretching, if you see the color, that means you're actually dust or belt up. This is why periodically. Wait, no. If you notice that your mouse isn't. Inside. Believe it or not, if your desk mat builds up enough of that gamer gunk, actually affect the tracking of your mouse. So, lag isn't power when you goober, it's your desk mat. Believe it or not, if your desk mat builds up enough of that gamer gunk, it can actually affect the tracking of your mouse. Let's dive into how to clean it. Also, I birthdayed recently and got myself a late gift for myself, and I got me a Gundam model kit, so my new hobby. Ooh, happy belated birthday! There's so many January birthdays. That's cool. That's cool. My dad's birthday is also in January. I hope you enjoy your gunpla. It was a typical crash. To clean the mouse pad, put the mouse pad in a bowl, bathtub, or sink so you can lay it flat. Submerge the mouse pad or desk mat in warm water and pour a small amount of dish soap or laundry detergent. If you're concerned with germs or virus, be cautious of using antibacterial search because some will stain or bleach. Let it soak. How to clean a wrist rest. Wow, this is actually very informative. This is actually very straight to the point. I actually quite appreciate that. I probably should clean my desk mat. I keep thinking about it now, but I can't just get up in the middle of the stream and clean my desk mat. As funny as that would be. Well, no, I mean, when I mean like the day after Christmas. I go, oh, well, happy belated birthday. Still happy belated birthday, no matter what. What are more of your least favorite things? What if I look up gamer? In my family, there's a lot of September birthdays, but only 2 in January. Fair. Mine's spread out throughout the months. A wonderful caricature of... I don't know what this is, but I want to use this one. It's like, I can't explain how it's not AI, but I just have a feeling that it's not AI, and so I wish to use it, even though it kind of doesn't match our video topic. I don't really care. It's me for real. Can we shut the fuck up? Yes. Ups and girls and white dresses and the... You goobers. Out of a more of your least favorite thing. Oh, I didn't turn down the I not done with transparent. I also need a different model for content because I've been going through some stuff, good or bad, good, def good. You could always get a customizable model. There's a lot of customizable models that have come out recently for female and male people, and I think it's really cool. I actually saw one that I would be interested in. High key. Which one is it? It's on VGen. I don't know if I'm logged into VGen though. I don't think I'm logged into VGen. I don't know what I log into VGen with. I'm hoping it's this one. It is. Okay, cool. I'm putting my wants. Saved. I'm gonna be watching this on mobile, so it's even better. That's fair. Oh, actually, there's two of them. There's this one, which I really like because it's like a crayon model. I thought it was really pretty. It's really cute. But more than that, we must remember I broke. Not all of them are super expensive. To be fair, the ones that I'm looking at are a bit more expensive. But you also go PNG-tuber route. PNG-tuber route is also good. Want. Like, look, you could be a little talkie goober for $35. I'm a skinny little shit fair. It's this one. This one's so pretty. If I got a customizable model for whatever reason, it would be for this reason. Yes. It'll be this one because I like this one. This one's pretty. I like the eyes a lot, and this one's very customizable. It was $129, so I'm probably not gonna get it, but I think it's cute. Okay, this way. Oh, it's like so transparent though. There you go. Website? It's just VGen. It's just VGen. So hold on. VGen. My thing is doing the thing again. Don't be weird. I don't know why it does this. Why does it do this? See, look, it's like weird. It's like weird. Stop that. Thank you. Just go to VGen. Oh, that's BZ. VGen. There you go. I'll put it in chat for you. Okay. Stay so long and good night. Oh, my neck hurts. Appreciate it. I got you. Things are better if I stay so long. Lag isn't your problem, you goober. It's your deathmat. Believe it or not, if your deathmat builds up enough of that gamer gunk, it can actually affect the tracking of it. So let's dive into how to clean it. Put the deathmat in a bowl or bathtub and sink so it can lay flat. As it doesn't any of that fancy RGB or mouse charging tech in it. And lay it flat in a sink or bathtub. And pour a small amount of dish soap or laundry detergent in the water. And let it soak. And pour. After a bit, you can do some soft brushing to be all that gamer gunk is out of there. But be warned, using any harsh cleaners or antibacterial soap can bleaching or stain to read the components. Use. After a nice rinse with warm water, making sure there's no soap visible. after rinsing it off in warm water, being sure there is no soap residue. You can completely unrelated to anything, but I spent the last 2 years trying to get diagnosed by the autism already, and now they say, so you're not those, but you're also not the normal. Cool, I came in for 99, now shoulder shrug. Well, at least, but that's the thing, is like, at least now you know it's not either of those, which those things are, you know, they're a spectrum of ADHD and autism are a spectrum, you know, being neurodivergent is a spectrum. But finding that you're not those can help you find out what else you are, you know? You could have OCD. OCD sometimes is preferred or described as a lesser version of autism. You know? So I understand that it can be frustrating, but at the very least, at least you're taking footsteps or you're taking steps to finding out, you know, what can help. You know, there is something going. I don't even care that there is something going on. I just want to label for whatever the hell I am. That's fair, but I think sometimes rather than finding a label, understanding what can help you move forward in life is best. Like, for example, I didn't know I have ADHD till I was like 21. And I always was like, oh, I'm so bad at like organizing and staying focused. And then I found ways to combat that within and of myself without the label. You know, it's just about exploring what works for you, even if you don't know what that label is. Because if you like think of like Akazaria, thank you for the advancedgg. If you're like, if you can like generalize it to like, oh, I have a problem remembering things, you can look at what other people do to remember things better, you know, or communicate, or I feel like communication is like a big one. After rinsing it off in warm water, be sure there is no soap residue. Leave that bad boy to hang dry. With that, you now have achieved clean desk mat to give your desk mat a bath. Like is your probably your goober. It's the game. Did you know? Like isn't your problem, you goober? It's your desk mat. Believe it or not, if your desk mat builds enough gamer gunk, it can actually affect the tracking of your mouse. So let's dive into how it. As long as it has any fancy RGB or mouse charging tech in it, you can lay it flat in a sink or bathtub and pour a small amount of dish over laundry in the water. In warm water. You can lay it flat in warm water. And for a bit, you can do some soft fires to be sure that all that gamer gunk is out of there. Be warned, using any harsh, using antibacterial soap can't cause bleaching or stain it, so be sure to read the components. Brings it off in warm. Sing it off in warm water. Be sure that there's. And leaving that bad boy to dry. After rinsing it off in warm water and leaving that bad boy to hang dry. Desk mat. As long as it doesn't have any of that fancy. I'm fine with the fact that there's something about me. It doesn't bother me. The only thing I need to work on is anxiety, which is practically fixed now, and motivation, which I'm working on. I just want a dang word. Just not motivated. I mean, you have words, though. You have anxiety. That's a word. And you're lacking motivation. Those are words. And those are words that, you know, can help you work on the things that you want to work on, you know? I don't think everything needs a label. Oh, thank you for the wellness check. Let me drink some water. achieved a clean, as long as you have it, those are just two things I consider a problem. Well, then, like, there's other things, like, okay, for example, you could be like, I'm empty-headed, right? Things go in one ear and go out the other ear. Then you can practice the opposite of that. Being empty-headed, the opposite of that is practicing being in the present. So do your best to, like, pay attention to what people are saying when you're talking to them, you know? That can be one. If you're like a hermit, then, like, but you want to go outside, you can start by doing things that are close and always remembering that you can leave whenever you want because you're an adult, you know? Those are big also helpers of things kind of like that. But I think it's a lot of just, like, figuring out who you are and what makes you comfy and what makes you not, because your flaws are what make you you. As long as it doesn't have any other fancy RGB, you can, like, flat in a sink or bathtub and pour small amount of dish soap or laundry detergent and warm water. After a bit, you can do some soft brushing to be sure all that gamer gunk is out there. But be warned, using antibacterial soap can cause bleaching or stain it, so be sure to read the components of the cleaner you use. After rinsing it off in warm water and leaving that bad boy to hang dry, you'll now have a clean desk mat. After rinsing it off and warming it, you will now have achieved clean. Achieved. I've achieved desk mat. After rinsing it off and leaving that bad boy to dry, you will now have achieved bathing your desk mat. Maybe this tutorial can help just your desk mat. You stinky. Image and cell. And did you know 33? This one. Desk mat. Gamer. Stinky skill issue. I can't. Oh, he's not doing it how the video. The video said how to clean the desk mat, and it's not supposed to be like that, I think. Okay, I need footage now. Elaine, yes, Taylor. How is you going? Are you winning, my son? I am. I think I'm doing pretty good, actually, work-wise. Watching our TV pad display this video is for standing close. That's good, yeah. Earlier in stream I asked and you weren't sure. Yeah, because I honestly my brain was so groggy. I was like, could be either way, going to be honest. But yeah, I'm feeling pretty productive right now, gamer. I want like stock gamer footage. No copyright gameplay? What is this? I upload entertaining gameplay footage that is free for anybody to use and monetize. What the fuck? Ooh, Valorant? Exactly what I needed. Subscribe. Ooh, how lovely. This is exactly what I needed, actually. was gonna use Valorant gameplay 2 months ago. Do they have a COD one? I want to use the Valorant one. I want to use the Marvel Rivals one too. I think that would be good. You a nasty gamer. Lag isn't your problem, you goober. Your deathmat is. Believe it or not, if your deathmat builds up... Okay, so... I want, like, a person using their desk, though. I just want someone playing... Yeah, like this one. I want for free. I want for free, please. Okay, hold on. I gotta go to Shutter Encoder. And then... I think... just do it one at a time or else I'm gonna get confused. Video editing. Did you know? 33, this one. Select folder. Start. What's it? Cool. And we're gonna wait for that one. What else do they have? I want some more games. Oh, Iron Man? Is Iron Man pretty good? Call of Duty Black Ops 6. I want to use this one. And I'll use this one. Another Marvel Rivals. And then... Believe it or not, I want the desk mat one. So I'm gonna go over here. So these, I need to download these 3, and then we're gonna close this, and then I'm gonna go here, and I'll go here, and then I'm gonna go look up Gamer, and see if they have anything. Oops, cancel. Yeah, this one. Give me this Fortnite one. It's perfect. It's zoomed in onto the Logitech keyboard too. Perfect. Download a video. Probably a goober. Believe it or not, if your deathmat builds up with enough gamer gunk, it can actually affect the tracking of your mouse. Yeah, this is like CS:GO gameplay. Actually, is there like... I wanna credit for gameplay. I wanna still credit them, even though like they don't need it. I still wanna do it. And then let's do mouse while playing games. I just want a video of someone like just moving their mouse when they're gaming. I feel like I've seen it before, but I don't really know. Okay, let me just download all the videos I need to first. Mouse gaming. Yeah, like this. They're so dark. I guess this one will do. So dark. Ew, it's like so dark though, actually. No. Sure, I'll take this one. I like that the gamer ones always have like RGBs in them. Oh, I have to go to the bathroom. As long as it doesn't have any of that fancy RGB or mouse charging tech. RGB mouse. There, desk mat. Charges your phone? Actually, that'd be kind of sick. Actually, that's kind of sick, though. If I had a desk mat that charged my phone, dude, that'd actually be kind of cool. Color transparent. What's the most expensive, like, desk mat? What's the most expensive Most expensive. The most expensive aren't fixed. They're often custom made or limited editions. I just want to know, like, a really expensive one just for the shits and giggles so I could put it up and be like, whoa, look at... Oh, that's what that noise was. It was Shutter Encoder. Shutter Encoder scared the shit out of me. I was like, what is this? Download a video, download. Close, close. This one. Was there like an $1,000 one? $1,000. RGB desk mat. $1,000. $100? Come on, there's gotta be like a really expensive one. Most expensive RGB desk mat. Corsair like the M700, the Razer Fire, and the Shimmer Combos. Okay. Where's there a couple $100 ones? That one's 119. I just want Tom's Hardware. I feel like this is not going to give me the most expensive one. I wanted to watch a movie on my list of pop culture movies, Forrest Gump. I loved it, but I also added many more to the list, so now it's like 4 out of 48, not including sequels. But progress is progress. I didn't expect to knock this out this year. And, I mean, hey, you could do, like, a cool little poster thing. Like, every time you watch one, you could, like, print out a little movie poster and put it on something, and then that'd be really cool. What about this one? Is the review at Razer? How much is this one? Is this one expensive? $179. I want like more expensive though. How do I go no, for 120, 80. I want, what is top 5 ultimate XXL? I want a really expensive one, like a one expensive that's for no reason. Okay, I gotta go to the bathroom. I will be right back. VODs are like that expensive, and it's making me upset because I want an expensive one. That's fine. I'll do it this way then. RGB tools color transparent. Ugh. This is like a specific one. I just want like a nondescript RGB one, I think. I got some water because I think I haven't been drinking enough. Like I've been drinking advancedgg, but I don't think I've been drinking enough water. So all my advancedgg is gone, so now I'm trying to drink water. I'll just take this one. My phone's almost says see you tomorrow. Goodbye. Thank you for stopping in, Moon. Have a wonderful night. Good night. Mwah. I hope you have sweet dreams. I hope you have the most amazing dreams. Good night. Have a wonderful one. I will see you tomorrow. As long as it doesn't have any RGB, I think he's like cleaning in bathtub. Actually, could I look up? Oh my God, Star Kitty, welcome on in. How was Baldur's Gate 3? Hello. I don't think I have met you before. I do not believe, but welcome on in. And Star Kitty, thank you for the follow. How was your stream? Did you have a good stream? We are currently editing videos together right now. We're scripting videos for the Tiki Talkies. Right, bye, Moon. Welcome on in. If you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope you're having a great night. Well, 3 is fun. It's my first play. It's your first playthrough. Are you gonna romance anybody? What are you playing? Like race, class? I wanna know. I wanna know it all. Unless you're tired, then feel free to get some rest, and I can take care of your beans. Oh, they are my beans. Our beans. Welcome to the beans, the clubs, the milk clubs, where you become beans if you follow. Smile. I'm trying to find funny videos. I'm still in a drow ranger. Ooh, I like a drow. Drows are pretty cool. Funny bathtub clip. This is it. This is a beach. It's a bathtub. I made my D&D character in Baldur's Gate 3. Dude, that's fucking awesome. I would do that, except the one that I would do is probably Biff. And Biff's a goblin. They don't have goblin. It made me sad. But I have played through that game once. And I want to play it again because they added more stuff to it. I just haven't had time recently. I really want to, though. Oh, if you're new here, hello. My name is Elena, otherwise known as maincoow. Also, I see you there, Stormy. What's up, Stormy? Hope you're doing well. I know it as maincoow on all my socials. I make videos about other VTubers, and I am overall just a little comfy coworker. As long as I need dollar signs. I go the other one. I go this one. I need dollar signs, and then water noise. So the bathtub one will stay for the okay. No, fuck off. Graphics. Star Kitty is my wifey. They're your wife. Oh my god. Well, I'm honored. I am honored to be recommended by Stormy Wifey to be here. So hello. I hope that you're entertained here. That I can do the good impressions. I don't like this one. I want like Let's do. I guess we could do this one. But I appreciate you for recommending them to come in here. I hope I can keep you guys entertained. Sometimes when I'm working, I kind of go quiet, and it makes me self-conscious, and then I'm more quiet. But I thought I was following you, but I was still glad I got to raid. Nope, no sweat, no sweat. I appreciate the follow. I will follow back, but I'm on a different computer, so I can't actually interact with OBS. But I will follow you back. I promise. But I appreciate the raid. I will forever be grateful. I'm always grateful for raids. Wash. Do a gentle scrub. We'll raid and lurk after streamcast. Have a great stream. Thank you. Have a wonderful night. I want like what about like scrub? Do like a gentle scrub. Ew, I don't want to put feet. I don't want to put both the gross bathtub either. I don't know what I want to put there. Okay, wait. As long as it doesn't have any fancy unit, you can lay it flat in a bathtub. Pour a small amount of dish soap or large detergent in water. This isn't a beach, it's a bathtub. I have to do that one. Do they not have the original clip of the guy going, "This isn't a beach, it's a bathtub"? Bro, what do you mean? I need it. No, I don't want to be on that. What do you mean? What do you mean it's not available? I just want the clip. Wait, pause it. Where's the thing? Where's the thing? There's a shark. Beach bathtub. If I put that in the background, do you think people would recognize it though? If I put this clip, I hope so. I'm gonna download it and hope that people know what it is, because otherwise I'm gonna be looking fucking crazy. Putting like what looks like porn in the background. Anywho. And if you can lay it flat in a bathroom, pour dish soap. Dish soap. Maybe like dish soap. That was very ominous. I just want someone pouring dish soap on something. Yeah, okay. Video editing, did you know? 33, this one's save. Okay. For a bit, you can do some stop brushing to make sure the gamer gunk is out of there. Washing desk mat. I want someone in a bathtub, though. I guess I'll borrow this guy's video. What's his name? Rocket Jump Ninja. It's a 7-year-old video. Credit for washing mouse pad. Rocket Jump Ninja. Okay. After a bit, you can do some stuff and get that gamer gunk out of it. But be warned. Soap. Ow, my side. My side. My side is being stupid. Ow, my ribs hurt. Videos. Whoa. Whoa, that's a cool video of soap. Alright, if I look up dish soap, though. Dish soap. Sorry, I didn't mean to, like, blow my breath into the mic. You could do, like, this one. And then there's, like, a video of bubbles. I want the video of bubbles. Bubbles. Give me the bubbles. And then we'll go... And then read item. Read label. That's medicine. Nutrition facts. Yeah, let's do the nutrition facts. I think it'd be funny for this. But be warned using gamer gunk. Let's do stinky. Okay, that's not smelly. What's that cat? There's this video of this cat. It's just a video of a cat. Wait, I want to take a picture. I like that cat. It's a good cat. Oh, man. I like this picture of this cat. Okay. Dirty. Actually. Gold room. Okay, there you go. Save. Okay, and then we get the gamer gunk out of there. Wait, can we do like after? Take these images. Save. What we want to do is maybe we could just do a little bit of scrubbing. A scrubbing video. I don't want to use feet. I think it would be really funny to use feet, but it makes me want to gag. Like, it'd be so funny, but it's so gross. Let's see, wash clothes. Let's do this video. And then turn it off and leaving that bad boy to hang dry. Dry laundry. Actually, let's do. I like this one a lot. I like the colors of this one. Do you like to hang dry? And so the requirements of the cleaner. Turning it off. And the achievement. Fake 360 achievement. Clean desk mat. Maybe it wasn't a skill issue. Wasn't a skill issue. Save. Boop. Okay. Make sure I have that image. Did you know? Got that. Dos, tres, cuatro. Current page download. Money. Okay, good. And then I don't think I need anything else. And if I do, I can just download it from Pexels because that's easier. Alright, that's all good now. Clean your desk mat. Edit labels. And then change cover. Upload a cover. Da Vinci. This one. Save. Alright, and then the only ones we need are for Lunars and the Vibe Enshrined video. This one, and then the store. Wishing you. My world gonna die. I think I drank too much water. Blah. I'm gonna die. Go, don't blame us. It's all so famous. Let's do 62 lunars. Return to me, my love. Boop, boop, boop. Right now, we're bending tough in your size. Yeah, I like that. I'm going to my legs under my tongue. Oh, baby girl, I should have been a better son. 62, save. Then gather your friends for the Zodiac party game. Gather your friends for the Zodiac party game where chaos meets competition. I like that. So famous. In lunars and up to 7. Can customize conquer minigame. Can customize with 3 game modes, including one where everyone can play at the same time. It's including Blitz, where everyone plays at the same time. Stop fun and chaos. From a infested desert to a cardboard kingdom with a cranky dragon, each board is its own adventure. Play through 4 wildly differently, each packed with quirky character unpredictable changes and a unique spin on the game. I like that. And then customize your character games with 12 different acts to customize. In Lunars, you and up to 7 other online players can customize characters, conquer minigames, and outsmart rivals with items and power-ups. With 3 game modes, including Blitz, where everyone plays at the same time, it's non-stop fun and chaos. With 12 different zodiacs to customize, you can mix match. To customize, mix match, and express your vibe as you play with your favorite zodiac and claim the top spot. From mummy-infested deserts to cardboard kingdom, to a cardboard kingdom with a cranky dragon, each board is its own adventure. Play through 4 wildly different locations, each packed with quirky characters and unpredictable challenges with a unique spin. Not to mention plus varied mini games. From mummy infested desert, play through the same run. Play through twice. Got to try trying out this game and it's closed beta and I adored it. Wait for its full release. I got to try out this game closed beta and I adored it. I try out Lunars and it's closed beta and I'm gonna try out Lunars with friends and it's closed beta and I adored it. Want to try it out today. Today it has a free demo set. Oh shit, it's set to release in 7 days? That means I gotta try Lunas with a friend. It is close beta. It's free demo and is has a free. If you want to try it out today, try out their free demo. Grabbing a copy for. It's currently out on Steam. You can even try out their free demo for grabbing a copy for yourself. Cool. Boop. And Lunar's Ultimate Zodiac Party. Trailer. Yeah, I think that's fine. Download, boop, start function. Oh, it'll be on my desktop? Gross. That's fine. Boop. Edit labels. It says music subtitle. This one. Change cover. Upload cover image. Roll for fun. This one. There we go. And now we just have one more video, which will be Vibe and Shine, which I already know I want. Vibe and Shine. 55, right? That's what I wrote. 54. Why did I write 54? It's 55. 55. Picture screenshots. Boop. And then let's go here. Yeah, dog. I think I have some. Yeah, the tiny kid. Tiny babies. Do I have any more tiny babies? Maybe you guys have any tiny babies? Let me check. Liked, favorites. Not tiny baby, No. I need tiny baby. I don't have any more tiny babies. Oh, let me check my TikTok. I feel like I have to have more tiny babies. I just haven't favorited them. Those little tiny. Oh, the tiny baby eating meat. Wait, there's a tiny baby that eating meat and make me happy. Happy dog. Okay. Lunars. A key to play this game during beta. Oh, wait, what? Oops. Luna's board game. No, 5-minute show, which is episode 55. And let's add 100 more rows. Go all the way to the bottom. There. So 55. Baby is small, tiny, cute. Nothing makes me happier than seeing baby versions of anything, really, unless they're ugly. But even then, I might adore them even more. I don't know what's up with my E key, but I feel like my E key keeps doubling every now and again, and it's kind of annoying. Alright. Oh. Oh, I was clicking the wrong one. Little baby echidna and a baby slug. Okay. This one. This one. D5. This one. Pictures. This one. This one in here. This is Jan 12th. Baby echidna. Baby. And then baby slug. Oh, baby slug. I need to redo the picture of the baby slug. Baby slug. It's just a little baby slug. Little baby slug. I'm not gonna make these babies bigger. Now I just have a bunch of babies on my screen. And that makes me happy. Oh wait, I have to change this to the 12th to the 18th. Boop. Beep. Happy. It'll be you, me, you, mermaid, Shems, Mr. Shems, and indievtuber. I can't stream. Where is the thing? Fight to the couch. Okay, okay. Okie dokie. And then... Did I export this? I don't remember if I exported this. No, I didn't. That's not in the right folder. Save. Close all. Now I gotta download these. Oh, I can't download that one. What about this one? Yes. This one, this one, this one. Oh, I forgot I have to refresh for this to work. That one. And then, oh. And then I need to download this one. TikTok downloader. I'm just gonna download their ad again. I don't really care if it had the watermark, if I'm honest, but that's fine. Insert image and cell. So this one. Hello, Compact. How are you? Ton of babies. Nothing makes me happier than tiny babies. Like this human baby that is nomming real good on a Texas. I think it's a Texas Roadhouse steak. Texas Roadhouse. Yeah, Texas Roadhouse. Texas Roadhouse. Roadhouse steak. I heard that. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? Where's it called to the right? There's one more thing I forgot to do. This. I heard something and it's me. Okay. Jet, and then little baby echidna, and then little baby slug. Tiny babies, nothing make me happier than tiny babies. Like this human baby that is ramen real good on Texas. I heard that cooked steak is actually a really good teething item. Like, how can you not love or admire the essence of baby? Something that don't know nothing. Literally. Like, they know how to breathe, but that's about it, to be honest. Like, this little puggle, or baby echidna, only know how to be soft and round. Not even spiky yet. Why is this not? This has to be C. Oops. This has to be C. Bonk. Scroll one. There you go. Okay. It's not even spiky. They're not even spiky yet. Have you ever seen a baby slug? Well, now you have. This one is only like 55 millimeters tall. Is that how tall it is? 5 millimeters tall. Yeah, 5 millimeters, not 55. 5 millimeters tall. Yeah, the coconut slice next. Like a monster. Like, guy just knows eat and sleep and maybe poop. Of that lack of consciousness. Yeah. Cool. Think that's everything. Change cover. Oh. I'm a little hungies. I'll drink some water. This one, save. Okie dokie. Now I just gotta record scripts, and then I'm gonna do a little bit of art, and then I'll be well rounded for the day. Okay, let's record some scripts. I have not recorded scripts on this computer before, but I'm gonna try it. I didn't do the thing I was supposed to do with this though. No, I don't want to open Steam. I want to go see program files. Where is Steam? Is it in 6086? Steam. Common. Where's the common apps? Steam apps, common. YouTube Studio, run without Steam Mac. Continue. Send to desktop. Oops. And then I delete this one and this one. And then I go to properties. Is it not properties? Start and run comic advanced. Change icon. There you go. Browse. Okay, apply. Okay. Yep. What? What? Okay, that worked. That's so weird. I wonder if this will work the way I want it to, though. I won't really know until I try it, but there's the hope and the prayer. Okay. Yes, I know. Okay. Oh, I need vitamins from the other computer. Oh, not that one. This one. Can I grab it? Oh, did I accidentally? That's fine. Doesn't really matter. Vitamins. Oh. Oh, fuck. Okay. I was hoping I could, like, use it and just, like, grab it, but... Made an oopsie. Okay. Okay, we such random lag in my games. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for this hapstance. Wanna lose because I'm bad, not because I wanna lose because yeah, no, that's valid because that's like a you thing, you know? It's like because of you, that's not because of any outside source. It's easier to lose, in my opinion, when it's like not your fault. I don't know if do I need this here for that to start? What's happening? Oh. Do I need this here? I don't know if I need that there. Hold on. Yeah, I don't need that there. offline. Oh, fuck. To studio offline. Okay. Just make sure that still works. Okie dokie. VTube studio ICO. Download, save. Downloads this one. Properties, change icon, okay. Browse downloads. Okay, apply, okay. Okay, good. It still works. Okay. I didn't mean to close that again. I didn't do it. Okay, well. That's fine. Boop. Okay, I do need to open this though. And then I need the notepad because I have the hotkeys on there. And I'm already on this one, so I might as well just do this guy first. Okie dokie. Control. Make sure it works. Control 1. Okay. And then now does the other computer know that there's 2 of them now? I don't think it does. There we go. Why doesn't it want to connect to all of them? Mm-hmm. I'm confused why it keeps turning on and off. If I change it? What if I change it again to... Keeps going back and forth on whether it wants to keep that or not. Can I open... Alright, new question. New question. Let me open Steam. I just want to know if I can download vitamins and have an offline version. Manage properties, manage, browse local files. Oh, I'm not even in a thing yet. Steam apps. Common. What? Those local files? What? What? Properties? Let me see where vitamins is downloaded. Hmm. So can I launch vitamins from this computer? Or is this gonna break stuff? Library. Oh. That would explain why I couldn't find the files for it. Actually, I meant to manage. Looks like there isn't a no Steam version, which is fine. I think. Okay, continue. It didn't do the thing it said it was gonna do, so that's very interesting. This one. Allow. If I disconnect from it. Can I connect to it on the other one now? No. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, that's fine. Oh, I don't remember that. See if this will work this way. I don't know if this will work this way. Just do. Be cool if it did, but I don't know if it will. Oh shit, it does work this way. Let's go. Okay. Okay. There is a script I have on the other computer though that I think I need for this guy though. Scripts manager. Oh, oh. Okay. Just gonna take all of these and put them in here. Go here. Go here. And then reopen vitamins. And go here. Yes. Open folder. This one. Load. Oh, wow, 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 wow. Okay. Yay! It works! Okie dokie. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Left side, okay. Why did it freeze? Hello? Huh? Oh, that seems okay now. Okay. Alrighty. I need this guy. That's right. Okay. Ooh, let's put this here, actually. Just have to get used to this. Okay. 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 Tiny babies. Nothing makes me happier than tiny babies. Like, look at this little human baby that is nomming real good on Texas Roadhouse steak. I heard that if you cook it, it's actually really good for a teething item. Like, be honest, how can you not love and admire the essence of Bebe? Something that don't know nothing. Like, literally. Like, they know how to breathe, but that's about it, to be honest. Like, this little puggle or baby echidna knows only how to be soft and round. They don't even know how to be spiky yet. Have you ever seen a baby slug? Well, now you have, and it's and this one is only like 5 millimeters tall, and the coconut slice next to it looks like a monster. Like, this little guy just knows how to eat, sleep, and maybe poop. How can you not sleep and maybe poop? How can you not love that lack of consciousness? Okay, so that was a little hard on my brain, but I think I got it. I think this one has the most toggles, so if this one turns out okay, then the rest of them I think will be fine. Think of someone else. This is how it gets. I'll save project as 55. And then go to video editing. See, this was the video segment. This one. 5 and shine this one. Don't put this one. Actually, I'll have to see how my mic sounds with that, actually. Hopefully it sounds okay. We'll find out. Boop. Link clips. And put this up one. Alright, let's find out. Sounds pretty same, I think. And then this one. I think this needs to go here. Okay, and then this one. Wait, hold on. Let's see. Okay. Oh, what the fuck? Wait, how long was that script? It's only 139 words, 150. I might have to read faster. Let's see. Okay, wait, does that fix that? Mm. Okay, that's a little tough. Okay, maybe VOD will stay longer then. Because I don't really want to cut too much out of it because I don't feel bad. Because it's just like, they're fun videos. It makes me worried about the other videos though, because I did like more or less words in those ones. So okay. Let's do the other video. Control 1. I forgot that I need to be able to reload my leg. Goodbye, goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. This doesn't exist, so we could do change Z and then I think that's the only thing I really need to do is be able to change the Z axis. So. Cardigan, reverse body Z, I think, is the one I want. Yeah. Maybe I can have the Ohoge, but be short. Where's my Ohoge? Ohoge? Oops. Control 8. I don't know if I make it. Oh. Oh. And then if I do control 9? Nope. Okay. Hopefully that'll stay. But in case it doesn't, Alt and 8 equals short. Ohoge. There. Okay. There you go. Save. Maybe the shorter one will do okay in the videos. Okie dokie. All right. Jump into your wettest dreams. Reposition my mic. Jump into your wettest dreams with our dazzling Kitsune Gemini Lunaris. Jump into your wettest dreams with our dazzling Jump into your wettest dreams with our dazzling Kitsune Gemini Lunaris. They're gushing with passion not just for their lovely life partner Fox. They're gushing with passion not just for their life partner Fox, but also in the case of creating gorgeous illustrations of anything that catches their eye. Painting and giving attention to detail, even to the painting and giving attention to detail to even the smallest of curves in their art. You can't help but be entranced by the way they create. If you're watching Gemini over on Twitch, you could lose yourself in not only their beautiful art process model, but even their voice. Streaming with leash in hand, they let their chat cozy up and watch over. Streaming with leash in hand, they let their chat cozy. I don't like how my head does that. Streaming with leash in hand, they let their chat cozy up and watch the lovely Kitsune draw, write stories, and on the occasion, game as well. Let's all become her good puppies and follow them on all their socials so we can stay hydrated. Hopefully that was okay. I kept seeing my model shake and it kept annoying me, so cries, but hopefully it'll be okay. Oh, another one. I don't like how long this takes to move, but it's okay. It's getting there. Actually, I can do things while that's doing. Replace selected clip. This one. Text. Size. There we go. Turn that off for now. Whoops. Save as. There we go. Apply. Yeah, stub it, ahoga for the win. Stub a little ahoga for the win. Okay, this needs to be out of 5. You need to come the fuck down. I feel like this one might be where it starts. Hi, Andrea. How are you? Welcome. Hope you're having a lovely day. Hi. Doing pretty good. Woke up like 30 minutes ago. How are you? I hope you slept well. I'm doing good. Work is going pretty smoothly today, making me happy. What? I think this is where it fixes. I'm crying a little bit because I don't read fast enough. I could. Eep was pretty good though. I'm glad that Eep was good. Okay, so this line got a bit fucked. Okay. Finally able to sleep for more than 4 hours. Let's go! I'm glad you were able to sleep for more than 4 hours. Browse. I'm gonna move this to video editing. Select folder. Okay. And then we're going to change. We're gonna redo that line. If you're watching Gemini over on Twitch, you could lose yourself in not only their beautiful art process model, but even their voice. I am worried that that didn't record everything, but we'll see. Or that lagged at one point, but we'll see. No, I did it. Cool. Link clips. What do you mean? What do you mean that the clip is too long? What do you mean the clip is too long? Oops. Okay, I think that's not the worst, actually. I'm gonna make sure that this is all lined up. And then Twitch Blue Sky. So we're replacing clip operations, replace. Resources, social icons. This one, Blue Sky. I don't know what we're listening to. I kind of wanted to change what we're listening to. Column. Scroll down. You're late. I'm learning how to do Zawardo effect. Ooh. Man, it's okay. It's okay. I understand. I understand what you're talking about. How is it? Are you having fun figuring it out? Work is going well? It is. It's going pretty good. Just trying to change the music because I want to change it. This one. Okay. Boop. Let's scoot this back a little bit. This. And then this one. And then this one. And this. I gotta make this smaller. There we go. Yeah, luckily I found a video tutorial trying to catch up to it. Oh, fair. It's always nice when you can find like a tutorial exactly for what you're looking for. Wait. I'm conflicted if I want that line or if I want the line that was before this.
Also have this.
Oh my god, Andrea, thank you for the subby! Mwah. Thank you. I appreciate your support. Keeping my lights on. I appreciate. Maybe I'll keep this line instead. Oops, I didn't mean to go all the way out like that. Let's see if that makes a more well-rounded video. I like what I have. Okay. I like what I have. And then we're just going to, as I get these done, I'd like to change these to this. This one I did completely wrong, and the label should be this. Then I have 3 more scripts to record. V-stars template, did you know? V-stars. And then where's my quiche? I need a cardigan. Do cardigan and then this one. Oh wait, that's not the cardigan. I clicked on all the wrong ones. There we go. There we go. I got there eventually. Okay. Okay. Lily and Rose Ambrosia are vampire twin. Don't be weird. You being weird because of the other I don't know. Lily and Rose Ambrosia are VTuber Lily and Rose Ambrosia are vampire twin VTubers bound by blood, sisters for afterlife. You'll never find them venturing alone as they not only have each other. You'll never find them venturing alone as they not only have each other, but their chat as well as they explore the worlds of voice acting, singing, and ASMR. Streaming on Twitch, they aim to enchant, inspire, and maybe even lure you in with a delightfully sweet treat. Though, be careful, they may also be tempted. Ugh. Streaming on Twitch, they aim to enchant, inspire, and maybe even lure you in with a delightfully sweet treat, though be careful because they may be tempted to take a tiny bite out of you. Nonetheless, you're safe with them as they provide a safe and entertaining place for you to hang out after dark. Not enticing enough? Well, these 2 lovely ladies will also be debuting a special new pair of models next week, January 31st. So follow them and their artists on their socials if you too want a taste of their adorable personalities. Hopefully that didn't lag. I'm scared that it did, but I guess we'll find out. Stars. Boop. Boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. Boop. Link clips. I need the intro, though. Link clips. Let's scoot this over. Oops, I did an oopsies. Say project as Ambrosia Bites. Boop. Boop. Oops. Boop. What? And then what? This. Can go here. This can go here. I don't know if there's actually noise being made there, but this is loud. Mm. Let's do it this way. And then, oops. And this one. And then this way, and then I think this being like this is okay. Okay, clip operations replace video V stars. This one, clip operations replace this one with this one. Now we're not in the music that I want to be in. This is why. Okay. I'm a man of constant sorrow. I see trouble on my day. Okay, so that's pretty good. I gotta shrink this guy back in. And cry because I still managed to make a 40 fucking second video? Can I do the... right there, maybe? What if I cut this part? Let me scoot that in maybe a little bit more. How do I manage to still make 30, 40-second videos when I only have 150 words? Oops. I think it's right here. Okay, I have a small question for myself. 110. Speed 110. Hello, J Crew. How are you doing? Welcome on in. Oh my goodness, girl. I just thank you for the raid. How was co-working? Did you have a good time working? If you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy hanging out with me as I figure out how the fuck I still manage to make just as long videos, even though my plan was to make them shorter. But how's it going? I made it like 10% faster, and I don't know if that's too fast or not. Cries. Hello, it was a good one. Got a decent amount done, but lots of lag. But it'd be like that sometimes. How goes it? Oh, mood. Before I got the stream PC, that's all it is. That's all it is. But it's going pretty good. We're just recording our scripts right now. I made it 10% faster, and I think it's too fast now. I don't know, maybe it's okay. I don't know anymore. I can't listen to speed up things or sped up things because like with Nightcore, I think that's how it should sound, and then I'm like, is this right? I don't know. It's like 31 seconds. Good to hear. Good luck with the scripting. I got a KO and leave my lurk up. No problem. Have a lovely night. Thank you for the check-in and thank you for the raid. Have a wonderful leap. I will keep your babies comfortable. Maybe I could remove that line. Wait, was that? Sweet treat. I don't think that's the worst. It's weird to be sped up by 10% though. But I might keep it. I might keep it. Maybe. I might. I don't know if I want to though. Can I change it to any increment less than that? No. Because I don't want to manually do it. I don't think it's the worst. I don't think it's the worst. It makes me sound, in a weird way, speeding myself up makes me sound more confident. In a weird way. But, I don't know. I'm probably going to keep it because I'm lazy. Replace. It also weirdly makes me feel more bouncy, so I guess it's fine, I guess. Actually, I can just do this myself because I know the Luro. If I can spell that is, though. No, I don't want to listen to this one. I'll listen to this one. delete track, and the thing below. I think that's all good. But that makes me think that I should do that here too. Not there. V stars template. Change speed to 110. Save. Day that I'm gonna turn it back to you. We can do did you know? Oh, what's this one? Oh, this was lockdown protocol. Oh, well, we could do this one. And now we're gonna do the roll for fun video. Really had a doubt. I don't believe in anybody. Control 4, Control 5, Control 4, Control. Okay. God, I'm so excited because I'm getting my old friend group together because we haven't hung out in about a year. That's so exciting! I hope you have so much fun. What do you guys have planned? Gather your friends in the Zodiac party game where chaos... Gather your friends for the Zodiac party game where chaos meets competition. In Lunars, you and up to 7 other online players can customize characters, conquer mini games, and outsmart rivals with items... Okay. With game modes including Blitz, where everyone plays at the same time, it's non-stop fun and chaos. With 12 different Zodiacs to customize, mix, match, and express your vibes as you play with your favorite Zodiac and claim the top spot. From the mummy-infested deserts to the cardboard kingdom with a cranky dragon, each board is its own adventure. Play through 4 wildly different locations, each packed with quirky characters, unpredictable challenges, and a unique spin on the game. Not to mention its 30+ varied mini games you'll never get. Not to mention its 30+ varied mini games, which will make it so you feel like. Not to mention with its 30+ varied mini games, you'll never get the same playthrough twice. Not to mention, with its 30+ varied mini games, you'll never get the same playthrough twice. I can tell I lagged. Not to mention its 30+ varied mini games, you'll never. Not to mention, with its 30+ varied mini games, you'll never get the same playthrough twice. I got to try out Lunars with my friends in its closed beta, and I adored it. It's currently out on Steam, and you can even try out their free demo before grabbing a copy for yourself. Like to say to you, but I don't know how. Say project as modded Minecraft. Oh my god, that's actually fucking fire. I hope you guys have so much fun. Lunars. Bro, I wanna do a survival series with my friends. But not all my friends like playing Minecraft. But that's okay. That's okay. It'll be a me thing. I have to talk about this one. Maybe you're gonna be the one that saves me. 'Cause after all... Thank you for the wellness check. Let me drink some water. And thank you for the headband. Alright, let's see how this goes. Oh. You're the one that saves me. Why isn't it? That's because I didn't click it apply. Gonna be the one that saves me. Did that retime? Mild smart rivals. Well, I think that's where I want to stop it. No need no more padding. I think there is something amiss here. Reset to 100. Change speed to 110. Why? Reset. Hold on. What the heck? What do heck? Change speeds to 110. There we go. Oh, did I fuck it up? I did fuck it up. Still battered. Oh Lord, I ain't coming home with you. I might re-record the line. Okay, maybe I don't like this. 105. Let's try 105 instead. Speed change 105. Okay. Okay, maybe I'll just redo that entire intro because I don't really like it. Yeah, I think 105 is better. Ooh, I did that line a lot, huh? Mm-hmm. Okie dokie. It's not the worst. Boop, boop. Nope. Okay, cool. What? Huh? Okay. Alright. That was a little annoying, but that's okay. Just gotta re-record. Oh god, wait, no. Wait, how long is this? Oh wait, okay. It might not be that long. I just gotta re-record the beginning section. Okay. In Lunars, you and up to 7 other online players can customize characters, conquer minigames, and outsmart rivals. That wasn't the worst. Well, still can't call me back, and I love your mom, but it's the season of the sticks, and I saw your mom, she forgot that I existed, and it's half my fault, but I just stopped to play the victim of the drink alcohol till my friends come home for Christmas, and I'll dream each night of some version of you that I might not have, but I did not lose. Now you're my tracks and one pair of shoes, and I'm sitting half. I don't. Okay, I need to go back to V-stars. Change this to 105, save. Change this to 105, I think. Change speed 1. I'm home for Christmas and I'll dream each night of some you that I might not have, but I did not lose. I hear tire tracks and one. I really don't think that does a lot, but better than nothing, I guess. And then V-stars template. I forgot if I changed this or not. Oh, why is it like this? Why is everything expanded? Cries. Why does this happen? Why do you do these things? Okay. 105 save. Okay. I'm trying V highlight template. Why does it always start out all expanded like this? That's like a bit bad. Should be like this. They should all be squished. Squish mode. Squish mode, I say. Squish. Okay, this one. Speed change. Save. And then V highlight. Okay, and then speed change. Oh, these aren't speed changed. Oh. 105, 105, 105. Jesus Christ. Interesting. It's very interesting. That's fine by me, as long as I can fix it. Not that big of a deal, as long as I can fix it. Boop, boop. And then these guys go here, and then I'm gonna do boop. It's so far. Cool. Okay, so that's roll for fun done, and now I have to do did you know? Which means I want to be in the painter outfit, which means I want to be in control 7. Did you know? You a nasty gamer. Lag isn't your problem, you goober, it's your desk mat. Believe it or not, if your desk mat builds up enough of that gamer gunk, it can actually affect the tracking of your mouse. So let's dive into how to clean it. As long as it doesn't have any of that fancy RGB or mouse charging tech in it, you can lay it flat in the sink or bathtub and pour a small amount of soap or dishwasher. As long as it doesn't have any of that fancy RGB or mouse charging tech in it, you can lay it flat in a sink or bathtub and pour a small amount of dish soap or laundry detergent in warm water. After a bit, you can do some soft brushing to be sure that all that gamer gunk is out of there, but be warned, using antibacterial soap can cause bleaching or stain it, so be sure to read the components of the cleaner that you use. But be warned, antibacterial soap can cause bleaching or stain it, so be sure to read the components of the cleaner that you use. After rinsing it off in warm water and leaving that bad boy to hang dry, you have now achieved bathing your desk mat. Oh my god, mousepad cleaning tip. Yep. That was the whole thing of how to clean it. It was just how to clean it. Because I feel like a lot of people, including myself, don't think about how to clean it. So, yeah. And I am sitting very stiff and my neck hurts. My neck hurts. 33. Okie dokie. Oh gosh. Okay. Here. And then go to the did you know 33. This one, this one, this one. This one, this one, this one, this one, this one. This one, this one, this one. Link clips. Apply. We're going to do a speed change to make it 105. Cancel, 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 cancel. This one. I'm rich! Eebee! Eebee! Is this not at 5? It should be at 5. 2, 3, 2, 1. But random fact, higher end mousepads need to be washed differently. That's fair. Hopefully they'd have care instructions. I would hope that higher end mousepads would have like care instructions on how to clean it. Oh, I was talking fast in this video already. Whoops. I think I might have redone that section. Yep. Depends on the brand. That's fair. That's fair. I don't like that that lags like that. Some include clear instructions, some don't. That's how you know if it's luxury, not. I think. So just assume you know the basics on how to clean them. They shouldn't assume this. I think this go here, this go here. Ugh. I think that's okay. That rough cut's okay. Okay, I have to re-record that one line. Or I might do that one too. As long as it doesn't have any of that fancy RGB or mouse charging tech in it, you can lay it flat in a sink or bathtub and pour a small amount of dish soap or laundry detergent on it in... Okay. As long as it doesn't have any of that fancy RGB or mouse charging tech in it, you can lay it flat in a sink or bathtub and pour a small amount of dish soap or laundry detergent on it in warm water. After a bit, you can do some soft brushing to be sure that all that gamer gunk is out of there. After rinsing it off in warm water and leaving that bad boy to hang dry, you now have achieved bathing your desk mat. Okay. There we go. Clips. And another random fact, if you roll a mousepad wrong, you can ruin it. What do you mean you can roll it up wrong? What do you mean you can roll it up wrong? What does that mean? I don't... What? I want to trust it, but I feel like I can't trust it, but I'm gonna trust it. Let's see. Wait, did I do that? That bit? Wait, what? Is that the sentence after it? Yeah, that's the sentence after it. What the fuck? Elena's confused. Oh. Elena's confused. When you roll it, always make sure the fabric is facing outside, because if not, the fabric itself can come off because the adhesive got squished inwards. Oh. We're facing outside. Okay. I have a desk mat that I have in storage because I didn't want to use it yet, and I'm pretty sure it's facing outwards, but I'll have to check now. So now I'm nervous. Okay, I think that's okay. I do like that one more, though. Okay, we'll keep that one then. Save. Really track save. Okie dokie. Now 33 is done. I can close all these guys. And I think I got everything done for today. Holy fuck, I've been to the place that's on the third item for food guesser today. Oh, bet. I will do food guesser right now that I've completed all my script stuff. I just gotta change the labels really quick so I'm organized. Okie dokie. Where is it? Break games. Food guesser. Am I logged in? I am logged in. Let's go. Okay. I still got fucking diddled. What the fuck? Fernet Cola. This is bittersweet herbal liqueur combined with Coca-Cola over ice. What the fuck? It's a drink? Fernet, Coca-Cola, ice, and a lemon wedge. I don't know. United States, I guess? I don't know. Ice cold. Great. Italy. Also ice cold in the opposite direction. What the actual fuck? Okay. It's between Italy, Portugal. What if it's Canada? What if it's Greenland or Iceland? I'm gonna do Canada. That doesn't make sense because it would have bordered it. I'm stupid as fuck. I don't know where this would be. Brazil? Borders Brazil? Wait, borders Brazil in what direction? Southwest? Bolivia? It was Argentina! What the fuck? That's crazy. It was Argent. God damn it. Okay, what is this one? That's the third item. Okay. Salted cod, onion, tomato, sweet pepper, hot pepper, lime, olive oil, fresh. Oh, this sounds good. Vibrant salad. I'm gonna do Sweden. God damn it. It's west? It's west of Sweden? Wait, is it ice cold? Ice cold. West of Sweden. Sweden? West. Canada. Cold. It's southeast of Canada? Buljol? I heard you call art and just I'm like, huh? Who calls? I just didn't know that the drink that we were looking at was from Argentina. I forgot what it was called already. I'm sorry. Wait, can I go back? Oh, I can't. Okay, I'll tell you later. Wait, fucking or Vex could say it. Mate. It was like cola, a lemon wedge, and Fernet or something. Southeast of Canada. Fuck it. Well, this is cold. And I don't think it'd be United States. What about, yeah, let's go Cuba. Classic? Aw, man. Cuba is warm. Cuba is warm. And it's southeast. Venezuela. God damn it. Venezuela. Hot. Fucking Christ. Northeast of Venezuela. Is Barbados one? Barbados? Trinidad and Tobago? Bro, are you it's this one! It's this tiny son of a bitch! Yes, one of the main party drinks here. Don't see many adding lemon to it, but they try to change, but that can change from different parts of the country. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Oh, man, I'm getting cucked. Ooh, wait, so you've been? Detroit water ice! Okay, that makes sense. Tomato, Tobago. Tobago? This is United States then, right? Because this is that's so fucking stupid. Or I guess Italy was also a correct choice, huh? Oh, my thing is breaking. What do you mean that you got your ass kicked on this? You fucking got 10,000. I only got 7,000, man. Argentina. Fernet Concoa. God damn it. It's on Woodward in downtown at the zoo. That makes sense. A zoo would have something like that. God. I was 2,500 below average. Fucking. Okay, whatever, man. We're gonna play this. Ooh. I would do this one. Coronation quiche? Sounds great. Ooh. No, this one. That looks great. Oh, I don't like the other one. The other one is messing with my tryptophobia. I'm not looking at it. Gogi Guksu. or Potzel. I have to go with the South Korean one. I'm South Korean. I had to do that one. I had to go to a zoo. It's been 5 hours. Mood. Ooh, these both look good. I'm gonna go with this one though. It looks like yummy raisin bread. Doma or lohi kieto? Doma. Oh, I like the tomatoes. Panda jammin or I want to do this one. Whoa, but it looks so good. It's got olives and stuff. Shrimp or this one. I'll do this one. Ooh, I want this one. Oh, but why? That one looks so good. Streamer Max or this one. I like this one. It looks like a girl dinner. I got one more to mix. Yippee. That's kind of bullshit though. Close. Exit. Okay. So I got all that stuff done. I got all close all. I don't want to listen to this. Ooh. Okay. Let's see. We got a little bit of time. Not a lot of time. Cause I wanted to do some art. Oh, fucking shit. I forgot to turn the PC goddamn off. Hold on, I can do it this way. There you go. So we don't need that computer now. I would like to do some art. Oh, it's just gonna say no signal. Okay. What? Fun fact, the Detroit Zoo was the only zoo that gave away their elephants for humane reason. It was way too fucking cold. They pioneered modern zoo, being the first to try and replicate the animals' natural environments. Why wasn't that a thing in the first place, though? Why wasn't that just a universal thing that zoos did? I feel like that makes the most sense. Let's sign out. I don't remember. Oh, I guess my phone remembers. Go take my whiskey. I understand how I'm signed out on Steam, but I'm still using VTube Studio and Vitamins. And Stream Avatars, actually. But that's fine. That's fine. Oh, wrong one. This one. Okay. Okay, I don't have a bunch of time because I'm hungry and I want to go play Valheim, but I'm gonna start doing this. I'm gonna go to butterfly exhibits. So I love butterfly exhibits. I love those. That shit fucks. Okay, I'm gonna do this because I want to make new Twitch panels again. Because I found a new trend that I like. Flood fill, gray, boop. Boop. GIF. Thank you. BG. Okay, I need these. These are important for references. Where play you when I'm free from the phone. This one was my favorite though. Actually, I could just do it this way. I'm being dumb. Babe, read your mouth as if it's heaven's gate. Do you like your TSA? I wish I could go along. Babe, don't get me wrong, you know. Morning, sometimes the rain is fine. Let's see, they do it by, this is by 3 rows. This one's by 1, 2, 3, 4 rows. This one's by 1, 2, 3, 4 rows as well. Skinny. So I think I'll do it by 4 rows probably. I think that's how our stuff is currently laid out, right? Me. Oh, this was the wrong one. Me. I'll take my need. I'll be back in my bed. 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. I guess we do 5. I don't know what it is for most people though. I think 4 is average. Hard think. Hard maybe. Let's do this. Take my whiskey. Okay, back in my bed. 3, 10 maybe? Yeah, like 10. 10 is good. 10 is good. One. Oh, I don't know if this is equal or not. I'll go out of here. Oh, I don't know. I don't know shit. There you go. Now we have row of 4. This. I'm gonna put this down here. Then how do I want to do it? I don't really know. I do know that I would like this to be the drawing that I made for myself, though. Because I worked really hard on it, and I think it deserves to still be there. Oh, where the fuck is it, though? Art of me. Where is it? Where is it? My overlays? No, it might be in Twitch. Pinnacle. Nope, I think it is in overlays. Where did I put it? I don't want to listen to this. I don't want to listen to this. I don't want to listen to this. I don't want to listen to fucking AFK Journey fucking music, man. Fucking go back here. No, you know what? Do this one. I forgot where I put this art, and now I'm upset. I forgot where I put the battles. Where did I put them? Panel? I'm turning. I put in art? I don't think I would have put it in there. That doesn't make sense. Yeah, it's not in here, you boob. What do you mean? I don't know where it is. What? Well, I kind of nailed the JoJo effect a bit. Fuck yes. Good job. I'm proud of you. I'm turning 30. Where are my panels? Start having stupid children. My stupid. Where are they? Oh my god! I'm about to act up. I'm about to act up. What the? Where did I put it? Do I have it in here? Oh, 2025. Where is it? Yeah, what kind of acting up? Like I'm about to throw my PC out of the window. I love when I spend an hour doing something silly, but because I want to scratch that itch in my brain. Do another 10, 30, I'll be 20 and kill myself in. Oh, they're right here. Son of a bitch. Found it. I found it. Can it fit in here? I might have to remake this actually. Actually, that's not actually not that bad. It's actually not the worst, actually. No, you're nothing to me. Credit, socials. I don't know. What are all the ones? I have socials. Socials, we could do like a Discord one and then Oh shit, how do they do this? Actually, on God, how do they do this? Are these two separates? Gaming, socials? No, they would be one, wouldn't they? Oh, yo, that's actually crazy. Yo, that's actually crazy. Because then this could be like halved, right? For I need a calculator. Divide by 2 is 207. I could have done that in my head. That's fine. Huh? Oh. Let's make them 200. Also, I realize this is not. There we go. Fucking shit. Boop, 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 boop. I don't know if I should make them more rounded. Maybe I should. I kind of like it like that, actually. But I kind of want these to be smaller. Yeah. And then... Oh, how do I do this? Credits needs its own, like, header thing. And so I'll split this in half. 207. Yeah. But it needs to retain the same... Does it? Oh. It doesn't. There you go. Okay, and then you go back to black. 2, 3, and then advanced. Whoa! Brain blast. I'm having a brain blast open. Having a brain blast. Stream. Brands. I wanna pick you up just to buy another one. What is the curve on this guy like? Go down. I bet this is 5, isn't it? It is 5. Okay. So sick of giving you up. Should be a 5. A 5. And then I don't know what this should be. Oh, this should be a 10, I'm presuming, yes. And then because this is like a 4th. Oh no, 10 is fine. Okay. Lose it in between the couch. I think I might change these as well to be 207. 10? What? Oh, 10 is fine. What? My brain is a little dumb. Okay, so this one. So that way I can do advancedgg, smacking, and then proton pass. And then also enshrined. I want these 4 to be here. or I guess 5. It's rows of 5, I guess, that I'm actually doing. And then credits. And then rules. Oh, Elena's confused. Oops. They forced to give up. Okay, file new. I can't. It's too small. Okay. Okay, there you go. Okay. Okay, now there are rows of 5. And then I can do... I guess the only problem is I do still want words. Specs, rules. So rules could be like this long. Actually, no, I think that makes sense. And the chat commands. Wait, is this? Boop, boop. Oh, I don't know how that's gonna line up. I think it has like a little bit of spacing. Oh, I can't tell. I think this is roughly correct then. So in the tie. Sure. So everything would... I don't know. Actually, that's not true. Times are changing and I'm getting old. Gotta hold me accountable. I'm problematic. Darking my skin, but it feels weird in hindsight. We have the socials. And then that's where... Oh, brain is working. Then that's not okay. Oop. This would be like that. And then I could do like my socials and stuff. Social go website. Website contain social media VGen. So then I could do like pick for social medias. Right? And then I've been totally lawful. I thought it was a chock full of stuff. And And then we could do like app. And then something for fun. And then maybe like 2 more apps for that. And then I'm really fucking sorry. Wait, that makes more sense though. Oh, Elaine's like having a hard time braining. Okay, there. Because this would essentially be fake icon. Yeah. Oh, wait, but this. Ooh, fuck. Ooh, fuck. Yeah, that makes sense. So that's social media. Wait, I'm anxious. Actually. What is happening? And then 200. Okay, and then this can be the VGen link. And then this can be this. What? Okay. Wait, what's the height of this? 196? Could do 190. Rhetorical. 6. 190. I want to know. Oh. Wait, what? I don't like the height of that. Okay, I could do that. And then have this be here. Okay. That's same. Love me in LA and I. Okay, and then 2, and then chat commands. And then credits. What have you done? I don't know what same. Oh, and then I can stay there. Oh. Oh. The Pink Pony Club. That doesn't make sense. Red lights. Let me write this ball. The reason why I left it all. Enshrine, advancedgg, proton pass, and smacking sunflower seeds. Yeah, I think this all makes sense. Yeah, and then with all that, we've been pogging. Okay. I think that all planned out in a way that I like it. So I'm gonna keep that like that. And then we're gonna call this Twitch panels. And then I'm gonna hop off for the night. So thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I'm gonna send you guys to Who am I gonna send you guys to? Who's all streaming? Show more. Show more. Show more. Show more. You guys wanna go to Snoozeland? Snoozeland's doing art. Thank you for stream. Thank you for hanging out. Where the fuck did they go? Okay, they're there. They're finishing up a live 2D model art. They've been streaming for like almost 4 hours now. So if you want, go hang out with them. They're pretty cool. Please be good. Please be great. Remember, be Google better. I love you guys so much, and I will see you guys tomorrow for some more fun things, fun stuff and things. Here is the raid message. You don't have to use it if you don't want to, but I appreciate it if you did, because then they know where you came from. I love you guys so much, and have a great night. Have a good night. Have a good night, everybody. Mwah. Good night. Good night. Good night. Thank you for hanging out. I'm gonna go eat some din din. Goodbye.